Good morning, everyone. Can I do a quick poll? Who was here yesterday? That seems to be 95% of the room. Okay, great. Well, welcome back. Day 2 of Dash. We're starting the day with a really exciting session, exploring the state of AI. And we have 2 phenomenal guests today. We have Zico Coulter, who is an OpenAI board member, and we have Amit Talwalkar, who is the chief scientist at Datadog. Both also teach at Carnegie Mellon, and I think we're going to have a fantastic conversation here. And if I can ask our 2 panelists to join me here on stage, and please welcome them. And Amit and Zico, please take it away.
All right. Hey, everybody.
Hello.
Great to be up here. Thanks, Zico, for coming to hang out.
Absolutely.
So yeah, a little context here is that, so I'm chief scientist at Datadog. I'm also faculty at CMU. Zico is actually my boss at CMU. He's the department head. He wears, what, eight other hats?
I do a lot of things, yeah. Is this on? Yeah. I do a lot of things, that's true.
So he's, you're board member of OpenAI, startup, co-founder of Grace One.
Yep.
And then also you're at Bosch.
I did work with Bosch a little bit too, yep.
Okay, anyway, the reason I mentioned is A, he does a lot of things, but B, I think he has a really nice bird's eye view of he has his finger on the pulse of what's going on in AI right now. So I think, honestly, part of the reason I'm excited to be here is to ask him questions that I would otherwise want to ask him anyway, just about what is going on in AI. So the way we kind of have this set up is we thought about some questions that we wanted to discuss. I'm largely going to ask him questions, get his opinion on things, and then we'll kind of chat. So, and we want to leave about 10 minutes at the end for folks to ask questions. Feel free to ask us, and especially him, any hard questions you have about AI, and we'll see where it goes. All right, so context here, as you all know, right? We've been talking a lot about AI yesterday at the keynote. AI is a kind of very big deal for us here at Datadog. It's also permeating the world, I would say. So the first kind of question I want to ask you is just sort of, how do you view kind of the promise versus the actual impact so far today of AI? You know, where is AI working? Where is it not?
Yeah, so this is so first of all, thanks for having me here. It's wonderful to be here. Always excited to talk about state of AI with you. AI is sort of an incredible thing right now, right? As ever, you can't get away from it, right? So every single keynote seems to be about AI these days. And I think that there is this, despite all this, there's this kind of amazing divide we have between the current impact, which to be clear, is still monumental, right? We are already seeing AI be just used broadly by everyone for work, for their personal life, for everything. Yet, I still think its true promise hasn't even come close to being achieved yet. Right? And I think that there's a lot of ways in which we're kind of only at the beginning of what we can achieve with AI. And I think that a lot of what needs to be done, you know, to have such a technology that's potentially so transformative, but to still see sort of gaps and to still see places where it needs to grow much more to sort of have a truly transformational impact is really sort of, it's amazing, right? Because despite being the fastest adopted technology, arguably, in the history of the world, it still is nowhere close to its actual potential.
So concretely, what would you say are like the handful of applications where we've already had the aha moment, things are actually working?
Yeah, so the one I would sort of think about most, they're the boring ones, right? So things like coding. I code again, which I haven't been coding for a while, but I have a chance to actually write code again. Writing in general, I have taken to, when I have a research idea, and these are somewhat involved, hopefully state-of-the-art, maybe state-of-the-art, maybe not, we can talk about that later. But research ideas for my group at CMU, I'll just talk to ChatGPT Voice for a while, have kind of an exchange about it, and then ask it to write up a LaTeX, that's our typesetting language used for math, for those not in academia. I'll have it write a short document about describing that idea that I give to my students and say, hey, take a look at this. Here's an idea I had. It just changes the way that I work, right? Everything I do now is sort of in some sense mediated by these technologies, and I think that's incredible.
Actually, let me ask a question. Can you guys raise your hand? How many of you guys use AI every day, whether it's ChatGPT? Okay. Wow, okay, fair number of people. So
Yeah.
maybe preaching to the choir. Maybe let me ask on the other end of the spectrum, what are areas where it's falling short, that surprising or otherwise?
Right, and I think this is also where I feel like AI is not quite, I shouldn't say it's not living up to its potential. It's getting there, but it's not quite there yet.
Yeah.
You currently cannot turn over all your work to an AI system, right? There's lots of tools that we use, and I'm even thinking about just for now, computer virtual work, right? I can't quite just say, take everything I do, slide preparation, you can see what I do with my time, right? That's always the first example for a lot of people. But also just sort of research, data analysis, browsing the web. I know we're getting a lot better at that, but there's still a lot of things that aren't quite there yet. Using whatever custom apps you need to use as part of your enterprise suite of tools, you can't quite just say, hey, take over all of this and just do it all. And I think this actually is a big blocker for a lot of companies that want to adopt AI. They sort of hear this notion that, oh yes, AI can do everything an employee can do in many cases, or it's going to do it in a few years, yet we sort of can't just turn over all apps to AI systems yet. I think we're going to get there, but I think this notion of sort of generic virtual work is still one of the areas where, just honestly speaking, we have a lot of progress. There's a lot of progress to be made. Now, I think it's going to come incredibly quickly, but I do think that that's an area where we just haven't quite seen that transition yet.
Right.
The way we have, say, with coding or with text.
So it's hard to make, given how fast the field is moving, maybe I'm answering this question for you, but like, what do you think things will look like in 5 years in terms of what we are using it for or not using it for?
Yeah, 5 years is a crazy long time to think about right now. I think in
3 months.
3
6
months. Oh yeah, that's a better thing. So I do think that the next leap is going to be sort of the I shouldn't say takeover, but the expansion of AI tools that we all already use to a wider range of computer interfaces, that, you know, a wider range of tools that we can use with these things. It's kind of, these are kind of mundane, right, in some sense. We all know this is coming. We see it coming. There are preliminary versions of, say, web browsing agents or computer use agents. They aren't there yet. They're not usable the way ChatGPT is usable for kind of any text task you want to do, but they're going to get there.
Yeah. All right, so maybe switching gears a little bit, and this is kind of a question that I've thought about a bunch. I think many in the room probably are thinking about as well, but maybe more with kind of our work hats on. You know, the OpenAIs, Anthropics, Googles of the world are building these, you know, bigger, more increasingly powerful frontier models. There are also, you know, most enterprises are, Datadog included, are kind of leaning into AI, right? Lots of, you know, I feel like in the last month or so, there's been news about like Duolingo and Spotify. They had memos that they sent to their employees saying we need to be AI native. People need, you know, we need to make sure that we're making our existing employees more productive. You know, there are big companies, including, say, Datadog, building out research labs themselves. I'm curious how you see the interplay between, and it's kind of a broad question that we can dive deeper into, but kind of how do you see the interplay between the OpenAI, Anthropics, you know, Googles of the world building these big models and enterprises that are also trying to figure out what it all means to them?
It's a great question, and I don't have a great set of answers here because I don't know how this future will develop. I can see vastly different evolutions of different possible futures coming out here. So you use the example of companies like Duolingo that just mentioned they want to be a Pittsburgh, also a CMU related company there, Pittsburgh-based company. I think there are a lot of companies for which, to be blunt about it, and I actually don't really mean Duolingo here, but I mean there's a lot of companies where, to be blunt about it, you can achieve a lot of what they do just talking with ChatGPT and asking it to do the same thing, right? There's a lot of instruction. There's
if not now, maybe.
And if not now, then very soon, right? A lot of code, a lot of, you know, development tools you can use. You can, instruction. I mean, even things like gaming and stuff. I think actually a lot of what we like about sort of a lot of games can actually be recreated in ChatGPT. So I feel like there is a world where a lot of current industry, and I don't want to say it's taken over by OpenAI, and I don't just mean OpenAI, but the OpenAIs, Googles, Anthropics of the world. But what made a certain company or product special is now essentially replicated by these AI models.
Right.
And you can basically recreate what that company did in 2 minutes, because if you just ask one of these models to do it, it will basically do it for you. Now, I don't think that's necessarily the goal of these companies, but it's just going to happen, right? So as these models get better and better, they will just take over certain fields. And that's sort of one reality. Now, I don't think it's going to happen to every industry, because I do think that in many cases there are domains, or maybe more importantly, things like data moats that a lot of companies have that are going to be very, very hard to replace by just asking a large language model or whatever, whatever the next iteration of these things are, large agents, whatever you want. But I do think that the most likely outcome, as with many sort of revolutions, though I do think this revolution is fundamentally different than the internet or even the Industrial Revolution, I do think that there are going to be a lot of businesses that fold, but a lot that also continue kind of in their same track. And this has been our history in the past. You will likely have to adopt these technologies to survive in this world, but I think there will be plenty of industry that continues kind of as it is, just with the adoption of AI tools.
Yeah, I guess two things I'd say to add on to that. One, in the context of data being a moat, I think we're starting to see this, right? We were talking about how, I think just yesterday, Salesforce announced that.
Can't use Slack, yeah.
Right, and that makes sense, right? Slack is a rich source of data. If that is their moat, it makes sense for them to protect that against other people just using it for free. So I think people are wisening up, or companies are wisening up to their data being their moat. But I think the second point is, like, again, I maybe am not the world's best historian, but there are many examples, again, we talked about this before, of dominant companies, some of which did adapt and remained. Microsoft's a great example, right?
Yeah.
They had one business model, slightly different now, maybe some troubles in between, but they're doing great again.
Right.
Other companies, maybe we need to name that did not adapt so well, that were dominant 10, 20 years ago, that are not at all anymore.
Yeah, I think it's super interesting how there were a lot of software companies that adapted well and became internet companies, right? And I won't name any, again, we all have some in mind. And there are other software companies that just did not become internet companies and are no longer the companies they once were.
Yeah.
And I strongly believe that this current set of internet companies, some will become AI companies and become dominant figures as AI companies, and some will not. They will continue to be internet companies, and in doing so, they will become much less relevant in the future. I think this is the way technology always goes. It has always gone. Again, I think this is a qualitatively different step change in technology. I do believe that. But I also do think that in terms of enterprise, we're going to see a lot of similar effects.
Yeah. I mean, there is the other extreme, that there ends up being 3 companies, say Anthropic, OpenAI, and Google, that just take over every single industry, dominate every single vertical. But to me, that seems implausible.
Yeah, the notion of taking over every single vertical, again, I think there are verticals where you can do what you want to do with a AI interface, with a chatbot interface, with a computer use agent interface. But there are also verticals where you just can't, right? You need that. You need the data. You need, I won't even say specialized knowledge. Now, let's be a little bit more futuristic here. It is possible that the people writing, or the beings writing these new, running these new enterprises will be AI systems, right? Or to a large extent could be highly driven by AI systems. So I don't know what that new enterprise looks like, but I don't think these companies just want or need to actually capture every single vertical in order to succeed. That's not, at least right now, the goal of any of them as far as I'm aware.
So maybe drilling down a little deeper into this idea of general versus specialized, right? This is something that I talk about a lot too, right? At least the way I see it is, I don't think it's, right, on one hand, yes, the new technology is a risk for incumbents in different verticals, different areas, that's natural. But I also don't think, as we've been talking about, that it's necessarily zero sum or it's all of one or all of the other. My take is that, yes, there are these general purpose models that are just increasingly getting better. It seems like part of what they can do is sort of science fiction, right? Like we talk a lot in research critiquing their capabilities, nitpick about benchmarks, about, oh, that's not a real fair comparison, this or that, or they hallucinate, whatever else. But you know, if you took this technology and rewound 20 years and dropped it to somebody, they would think that this is like an alien technology. I think it's that incredible. At the same time, right, data being a moat and you know, different verticals having very specific problems that they want to solve with you know, particular metrics of interest and ways to actually evaluate success. To me, there seems to be a role for both kind of these general purpose models and specialized models or something that takes advantage of the specialized data. But I'm curious, yeah, you kind of alluded to this before, but could you maybe expand more on how you see these things potentially interplaying?
Yeah, so I think that oftentimes people talk about AI models as one big class of thing, right? And you have general purpose models on the one hand, you have specialized models on the other hand, but these are all just machine learning models. And for different purposes, sometimes you want a general model, sometimes you want a specialized model, et cetera. I think we're reaching a point where even thinking about these as the same class of thing could be a real mistake.
Yeah.
And what I mean by that is these are really targeting entirely different goals, right? So I don't think that linear regression is not needed anymore, right? When you have some data and you want to understand the trend line of that data, you use linear regression. You don't use an LLM to predict that. But again, and you know, just to make the analogy a little bit further, there will be a use for time series models, for probably even computer vision models, because as good as VLMs are at computer vision for sort of explanatory tasks, VLMs are visual language models. They're LLMs, AI models that take in images too. They're not as fast as a lot of the specialized computer vision models we have. I don't know if I want a large language model driving an autonomous car, for example. I want more specialized, faster models. There's all sorts of reasons to have specialized models. But the question to me is, to be kind of blunt about it, is who is the one developing those specialized models ultimately? Because I could very much see a world where LLMs in some cases, and you know, the models, you know, the big models the big AI models we think about right now, they are in fact the ones that will be developing most of those specialized models. So when you want to solve a simple data analysis problem, you are not going to build an LLM for that problem. But what you are going to do is upload that data to an LLM. It will write some code, figure out what, you know, analyze that, the results of that, figure out where the errors may be, iterate on this process, and solve your problem all in a matter of minutes. And so in some sense, is that the LLM doing the work? I would argue kind of yes, in some sense, right? It's not that the LLM is just directly taking your data as input and producing an output. That would be sort of, that's not how these things work. But I think that specialized models arguably will just be one more tool that these large models work. And it's very hard for me to sort of have a domain or a technique or a problem that I am very confident will not eventually be done better by LLMs than they will be by people writing that same code or doing that same kind of analysis.
Yeah. All right, so I want to ask, we're going to skip around a little bit because the next question I want to ask is sort of how we got here.
Yeah.
In the sense of, right, so at least my take of the world is, and I realize there's a, you know, audience here is very smart, AI savvy, but maybe not AI researchers. So I'm going to ask this question with the understanding that, you know, we're talking at a level that is not talking to PhD students in machine learning, but, you know, we're about the same age. We've been in the field for 20 years, which is dating ourselves a little bit now. It's terrible. But when we both started, we were in this world where, you know, machine learning was all about math. You had to work on models where you could prove, the models had to be you had to be able to prove exactly what they were doing, what answers they were going to converge to. And they were mathematically beautiful. The people working on these problems were very mathematically sophisticated. It turned out the models just didn't work all that well because they didn't, not that they didn't work, but they were like necessarily very restrictive. But then we've seen kind of in our short tenure being, researchers, a bunch of these kind of crazy jumps, right? 2012, deep learning emerged, right? It was kind of classical neural networks on steroids a little bit, and they kind of dominated computer vision tasks. At the end of the 2010s, we started seeing early language models, maybe smaller language models, things like BERT and so on. Then we saw these scaling laws emerge and these models get bigger and bigger and bigger. Very recently, this idea of kind of test time compute has been talked about as yet another kind of big step in innovation. So I guess my question is first, like, to what extent do you agree that these are, or I guess, to what extent are these the big transformational leaps, or some or all of them? And second question is kind of, do we have all the ingredients that we need? Or like, part of the assumption in all this discussion is that these trend lines keep going up and up and we're not plateauing yet. They're just going to continue to get better. So the question then is like, do we have all the ingredients we need to continue to get better? Or are there new kind of step changes needed to actually get to where we want to go, such, talking about all the future things that we're talking about?
Right. There's always going to be new innovations needed, I think. I think that will continue for a very long time. Again, arguably, who's coming up with those innovations could be a point of discussion, but I think there will be a need, of course, for new innovations. I think the sort of history you give is, of course, sort of in a lot of ways kind of, obviously, factually all accurate. That is kind of the history of what happened. I would put a particular discovery particularly prominent in there. And that's this discovery. And I want to be clear, this is a discovery. It's not something we built. We discovered this. We discovered that when you train a model to predict words based upon the internet, right? This is presumably how everyone knows this is how large language models work, right? They take the previous text and predict the next word. You just keep iterating this to generate text. It is a discovery that when you build a model like this, a big enough model, based upon enough data from the internet, and you then turn this loose and ask it to start generating more text, that produces intelligence. That is, I would argue, again, a discovery, not something we built, that didn't have to be that way. I didn't know that would happen. I don't think many people, and there were a few people, like Ilya maybe and Alec Radford, that sort of knew about this, that knew this would be happening, but most of us didn't.
I would argue it's still something that we don't really understand why.
Oh, we don't understand why at all.
It's kind of bizarre that this works, but
totally bizarre that it works. It's absolutely crazy that it works, but it does work. Everything else, I would argue, is kind of the scaffolding around that. So, deep learning models are a good candidate for the class of model we use to build these things. There could be other versions that would work. It's just that those happen to be really easy to train. We had nice ways to build them. Things like test time inference, that's sort of leveraging, that's this sort of reasoning and recent reasoning models. Those are leveraging this idea to arguably accelerate that intelligence, right? But this fundamental idea that taking a big model and training it to predict words, I think and this results in intelligence, at least the best bet we have for intelligence that we know of currently. This is a discovery on par with, I think, anything in the last 100 years, and if this really pans out, then maybe in all of human history, which is really unbelievable. So I do think that in general, there is a very natural progression of this, and people have built simpler language models to begin with. There's sort of a very natural progression. But somewhere, there was this.
But do you think that discovery, do you think we need more of those discoveries to truly get to intelligence?
So right, I don't think so.
You think that it's now more of incremental test time compute, and not that those are not interesting.
Exactly. So if I were to sort of classify the big innovations, the advent of deep learning, and really deep learning is sort of multi-tier modular differentiable functions, really, right? This discovery about predicting language, test time compute, I think we will need more things like the first and the last one there. Yeah. We will need more innovations like test time compute. We will need more innovations like reinforcement learning tuning of these large language models. I don't think we need another fundamental scientific discovery like the fact that intelligence emerges out of this. I think it does.
Right.
And we will need to scale, we will need to build, we will need to innovate. But I think that the way I would put it is I think we are, if I look back 10 years ago, I think we are closer. I think the leap in the last 10 years is bigger than the leap we will need in the next 10 years to achieve what we would all, at least right now, maybe we won't then, but we'd all right now call general purpose intelligence.
So now, if I were going to channel my inner Jan LeCun
Yes.
and say, LLMs are, so Jan LeCun, one of the godfathers of machine learning, AI, professor at NYU, somebody who we both know, is it fair to say he's a skeptic of LLMs?
Yeah.
He thinks they're a great tool, but skeptic in terms of them being, basically, I would argue that he would probably disagree with what you say.
Yes.
In the sense that, he says, LLMs are a great tool, but they're limited. We need world models. We need this. We need that to actually get to true intelligence. How would you view that?
This is again, he's a smart guy. We have our opinions. I think he is wrong about this. Was the way I would classify it.
Yeah.
I think that actually what
he's not here, so we can say whatever we
his
want
desiderata for what he calls world models is actually not that different from what I see LLMs basically already doing, and doing even more so as you hook up agents. I think what will ultimately happen is we will develop LLMs that have tool use, they have agentic state, they have all these things, and he will just say, well, that's actually a world model.
Right.
That was you did build the world model, and I don't care to debate nomenclature at that point. Sure, it's a world model at that point. It will solve the tasks that we want to solve.
All right. All right, so we have about 14 minutes left. I'm going to ask a few more questions, then open it up to you guys, so start thinking about questions you want to ask. But maybe the last set of questions, we are both parents of kids that are young and also educators and researchers. So maybe these are all kind of taken together, but to state the obvious, in the same way that enterprises are going to change and, lots of things about life are going to change, but that includes how we do research, you've alluded to that, but also kind of how we educate our kids and how we educate, people at university level as well. I don't know what order you want to take this in, or we can talk about this in any order, but research or education. Mm-hmm. But why don't we start with education, because you touched upon research. Like, what, how are universities going to adapt? How do they need, right? You are the department head of in machine learning at CMU. The world is different. How do we adapt to teaching people about this?
This is going to be, in some sense, the biggest challenge and opportunity for education. Again, I think bigger than the internet ultimately. We have a machine that can solve every single homework problem you will ever give to a student ever, at least through their undergrad, right? Maybe grad school too at some point. There's two main questions about this. The first question is, how do we teach critical thinking in a way that survives what must be an overwhelming temptation to essentially circumvent this? And I don't want to use the word cheat, because I think that whether it's cheating or not really depends a lot on how you use AI. But it is absolutely possible to circumvent the hard struggle, because education is a struggle. You have to struggle with concepts for a while to get them, and that teaches you a concept. I think getting students to experience that struggle is genuinely hard. Are we going to make them just do nothing but write in the little blue books again for code and stuff like that? Maybe we will have to do some of that. On the flip side, there have to be ways to leverage. I mean, I learn a ton from AI, right? When I want to read a paper, I often just summarize it with AI first and then dive in if I want to. There have to be ways to augment our education with AI. And so we have to be able to actually do better, be more focused, build tutors customized to each student with these tools. There has to be a way to leverage, and tons of people are working on this, to be clear, including at CMU. But then, so reshaping education based upon this is going to be crucially important, and it's going to be massive challenges, but also huge potential benefits. But the other thing I'll say is the other thing we have to do is we have to just teach people how to use AI tools. And that's really hard, by the way, because faculty do not like to change their course every semester, right? We like to have one course we design once and can teach for 10 years, no problem, right? That's much better use of, we amortize our time investment that way. But the reality is, I don't know that you can teach a course right now on how to use AI tools and have it be relevant for more than a semester. Because they're changing so fast. So how do we do that? How do we keep up with a field where this is clearly something that employers want from their new employees?
AI native companies, yeah.
Yeah, they're going to have to know how to use these things. Do they really just learn that on the job? Is it training, or can we actually teach it? And how do we teach it? What are the underlying principles? Because this is kind of what educators like to do, right? With finding underlying principles that will enable people to use AI tools. How do we teach them how to do that? So education is going to be massively reshaped. I am very daunted by this, full transparency. And that's just at the college level. You know, we both have young kids. I don't even know what changes at the grade school level and earlier.
Maybe a related question. What are the, again, you know, we're hypothesizing here, but what are the skills that are gonna, you think, outlive future, more mature AI versus things that are just going to be displaced by it?
Yeah, social skills probably will last. I think humans fundamentally are social animals.
Yeah.
Despite a few, and by the way, we will have social relations with AIs too. I say thank you, and I get annoyed with my AI agents, and when I propose something and it's too enthusiastic, I get really frustrated by it, right? But look, it's not a replacement for human relationships, right? It's just, that will be an important point. I think humans are social animals, we will want that. For now, physical work is kind of also something, but who knows with robots, that might happen, that might be soon out of our domain as well. I have to think that things like being a little bit more, you know, traditional education now, I have to think that things like critical thinking and general skills and flexibility, the ability to pick up new things quickly, these are sort of meta skills that even though our education is in you know, a particular area, these are actually the skills that we're really learning as we educate ourselves to a large extent. So I do think these will be valuable things to have no matter what, but it's very hard to nail down a particular technical field where I'm confident we will not be soon made irrelevant from AI.
But I guess we were talking about this earlier too, the Sam Altman blog post yesterday, the idea that like all of our jobs, you want to tell people about that?
Yeah, so Sam wrote a blog post yesterday, and one point that resonated with me and that I've talked with him about before is this notion that in 100 years, all our jobs will look pretend. Because our jobs right now are just pretend jobs. Someone 1,000 years ago would have looked at our lives and said, you're not doing real work. What are you talking about? You're not making food. You're not creating clothing. You're not building shelters. You have everything you need to live. What are you doing? Playing games with education and computers and these sorts of things. You're just playing computer games. The difference between serious work on a computer and a computer game would have been completely indistinguishable 100 years ago. I think in 100 years, our jobs will look like games to us right now. I don't know what they're going to be. I think they'll be very fulfilling.
That doesn't mean there won't be jobs. It's just hard
there will be jobs. People are very hardwired to want to do things, to live their lives, right? And I think work is an important part of life. But I think, yes, very likely our jobs in 100 years will look like pretend to us right now. They'll look like a bunch of people playing games. Yet, to us then, these will seem like the most productive things we can be doing. They will seem like the most valuable things we can be doing. We will have offloaded a lot of what we will then consider complete kind of grunt work to AI systems, and and you know, hopefully things will. That's the positive scenario, by the way. But that is hopefully where we are going.
Yeah, we have not talked about safety in the negative side. We're also. I want to now leave time for questions. So if you want to ask a question, just stand in front of the mic and. You can line up, and we'll see how many we can get to.
Yeah.
But that was the most enthusiastic hand.
I know. Usually, we have to guilt people in for a few minutes asking questions.
Kind of prepared. You ready?
Yes, absolutely.
Go for it.
So I have some precursors. So I believe adoption is inevitable. I think probably everyone in the room does. I also believe all these agents and things will essentially become free and as part of products, you know, enterprise, whatever you buy. Things will change. Everyone will level up. We'll all be using it. But will there be any more money to be made? Because as of yet, we're unable, as you said, to imagine the new products of the future. pretty much in the same way we failed to imagine the products of the future in the past. And you said, Zico, there's always a need for new innovations, but what if we're wrong? And there are no real money-making new products. And it's really important because all of this has to be paid for. The people paying for it at the moment will want payback. And making a profit is not a dirty word. It has to happen. Yep. What are your thoughts on that?
When there have been, so I do think the notion of money and wealth likely will survive AI. I just see it very hard to disrupt that. This has been going on since the dawn of humanity. We have wanted to trade goods for some unit of measure that we can exchange for other goods. I think that will happen. That will continue with AI. I think that will survive AI. And now, the nature, again, what we do with that money, what we think of spending it on could change drastically, right? What we ascribe value to. But I think when you have a technology that is able to produce so much of what we currently ascribe value to, in the short term, you're going to make a lot of money because you're going to be able to accomplish that, make money from doing those things still. And in the longer term, we will spend money on very different things, and I don't quite know how that will all play out, again, in the optimistic view. But I think that it's going to remain. I think that there's an inertia to human society, and there are certain things that seem rather permanent, and the notion of value and exchanging credits for value or for things of value, I think will persist. And that's why, so the bottom line is, I think there will be, I don't worry about paying for the AI systems. I think with the amount of valuable work they do, plenty of people will be more than happy to pay for them.
You've spoken some about future generations in terms of jobs and what those will look like, and education and what that will look like for our kids. But what are your thoughts on like the environmental impact that a lot of these like AI tools and language learning models are having, and how do you see that affecting our future generations, and what sort of things are being put in place now that you're seeing, or in your opinion, that will improve the current course of that?
Yeah, so I think that there's a number of answers here. I mean, I will fully admit that I am, in some sense, I believe the value of these systems outweigh the environmental costs of building them. I think it will be a net positive, including hopefully for the environment long term, where we can leverage this technology to in fact build more efficient sources of energy, help us transition away from fossil fuels, this kind of thing in the medium term even, right? Now, having said that, that's I obviously am biased in this regard, right? I work in AI. There's a cognitive dissonance involved where I want to be able to have these things and to use them. Having said that, I do think that in the course of the sort of the progress of the world as a whole and society as a whole, there is inherently more energy use, more using of resources. I do think that ultimately, to a certain extent, this is the nature of progress, is that we do these things. Now, that sounds very negative in a lot of ways, because I also fundamentally believe that these tools will enable us to be more efficient, to build better sources of energy, all these things, to eventually harness energy better from the sun or from nuclear power, whatever you want to draw it from. But I think most technologies have this trade-off, and I would just argue my personal belief, and this is sort of as a believer in technology, is that it is usually worth the cost. Not of everything, but I think AI is also a relatively small portion of the total cost that we are creating as a society here, or the total environmental cost we are extracting, and so I think it will ultimately be a net positive as far as technologies go.
Okay, I think we have time for one last question.
Answer too long here.
It sounds like you described these general LLM models more like meta tools, that they would be using other tools.
Yes.
Do you think that's where the future leads?
Yes, definitely. Already, this is the case, right? So already, if you use the O3 model from OpenAI, right, it doesn't do everything itself. It writes Python code. It searches the web. It it scans images and does image analysis based upon other systems, right? I just think that just like humans are not very useful, I mean, that's a sort of a odd way of putting it. I can't do work very well if you take away my computer. I just can't, right? I'm really bad at doing work if you take away all tools from me, even a pencil and paper. I get almost nothing done. And I think just like that, if you think of the LLM as the core underlying intelligence, in order to realize that intelligence, you want to use things separate from yourself. And that's just the nature of intelligence. Intelligence, I mean, tool use is fundamental, arguably, to the development of what we even think of as humanity. And so I think it's going to be, of course, these things are going to use tools heavily. What we think of right now as AI systems is really going to be the conjunction of the model with the vast assortment of tools it can use.
All right, perfect. We're right at time. I don't know how this ends, but I thank you guys for listening.
Thanks very much. I noticed there were some questions, so if people want to chat, I'll be outside for at least another 20 minutes or so happy to chat.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, good morning again, everyone. If you were in the room at the previous session, then you know that we'll continue our AI theme here, and we have another exciting session here. AI augmented control plane, scaling IT operations with intelligent automation. And we have an expert speaker here. Bert, if you maybe want to come and join me on stage. So please welcome everyone. Bert Stewart, Director of Global Command Center Operations at Thomson Reuters. And then Bert.
It's tax day, April 15th. You have to have your taxes in. Accountants all over the country are scrambling to get these in, yet Janice sees a problem. Seriously, on tax day, UltraTax is down. Phyllis, not new to this issue, posts some nice pictures to look at while UltraTax is down, all on tax day. Mewdog, understated, but you get his sentiment. He's not very happy UltraTax is down on tax day. Or maybe you're a lawyer who has a brief due. Or maybe you're a defendant that wants your lawyer prepared. Legal Twitter rips products apart when they're down, particularly Westlaw. Worst of all, they're very clever and sadistic. Lexis is one of our biggest competitors. He's vibing because Westlaw is down. Thomson Reuters had a problem, and we needed to solve it. Many times, our customers were our telemetry. That's a really bad place to be for a tech company. And for products that are as important as our products, we can't have that. So we embarked on a multi-year service improvement project where we did many things to prevent our customers from alerting us to problems. We enabled Datadog. We picked Datadog as our standard observability tool for our main products. We created a whole service management organization that was tasked with coming up with best practices and tooling to make sure that we could eliminate really, really ugly situations like this. We also started the Global Command Center. Global Command Center is a 24/7, 365-day-a-year center where butts are in seat and they can respond quickly to problems when they happen, so we don't have to get these type of tweets. My name is Bert Stewart. I'm the director of Global Command Center. My partner, Ramdev, is not here today. He's a victim of the airline cancellations that we are all trying to dodge these days. He's a distinguished engineer. He leads the teams that build our AI platform, and that is what we use to build our AI augmented control plane. I'm going to do my best to cover his slides, but we'll see how this goes. Before I get into the control plane, I want to give you a base context of what we're working with when we're building on a control, when we're building the control plane. And the base of it is TR's AI platform. So the vision for the AI platform is to make using LLMs as safe and easy as possible for any user within Thomson Reuters. For many years, Thomson Reuters has been an AI company, but that was focused more on our products, nothing to do with our inner services or even the enterprise activities that happen day to day, creating spreadsheets, analyzing large bits of data. You know, we didn't have that capability. So the AI platform was built in the last couple of years to allow us to do that. So at its core, there's a few personas that the team looks at when they're rolling out features for the AI platform. We've got AI explorers. Those are people who probably wouldn't know how to build a PC, wouldn't know how to install their software, but they are really good at doing a function in an enterprise. We want to make sure that they could use the AI tools and get really good outcomes out of them without investing a ton of time and effort learning about the tools. Then we have AI creators, or SMEs, people who have not quite development experience, but they know a lot about very technical processes, or perhaps they're even a legal scholar who wants to see if the LLMs can do something for their daily daily work. So reviewing new regulations, spitting out a concise summary of them, and experimenting. And then we have developers. So these are people who will work with the AI platform via APIs. They'll create more advanced workflows, and they need to build a platform so that all the people who could use it have a different way to interact with it based on their experience and their abilities. So with the AI platform, one of the things that really helps is the AI platform team handles all of the building and vetting of the models. They make sure that when a new model comes up, that it's safe for us to use, make sure that our data is secure, and we're constantly rolling out new models, new versions of models, so we stay very close to the industry. They take care of all the building of the model, training of it. They also handle the evaluation of the model to make sure it's not toxic, to make sure that it's efficient and that it has high quality responses. And then they deploy and monitor it. So from a service team like myself in the Global Command Center, it's great that I don't have to worry about a lot of the deployment of the models. I just have to worry about giving the model the data and also giving the model the right prompts to get the results I want. One of the cool features that we have is a chain builder. Someone with no experience whatsoever with technology can go in and graphically create a very good chain that allows them to do many different things. It's really the sky's the limit. As creative as you can be, you can stack workflows and create really good solutions. We also have a prompt builder and AI evaluations. We'll talk a little bit later about testing and evaluating the AI models, because that really is the critical piece, because every time you change one variable within the chain, it's a whole new chain. So being able to very efficiently test these and roll them out and react to different variables is very important. Okay. All right. So hopefully I gave you good context of what the AI platform is. You can interact with it via chat, you can interact via API, or you can create something with another GUI where you just click and drag. Now, where's the Global Command Center come in play? Well, I talked to you about our service journey. We rolled out the Global Command Center, and it was very successful. So successful that our MTTA, MTTM, and MTTRs were much better than any of the applications that did not use the Global Command Center. So looking at mean time to restore being 18% over the rest of the population, executives were asking, how do we roll this out? How do we get everyone to use it? So that brings up a new problem. At the time, I only had 100 engineers supporting 300 applications. And now I'm being asked to onboard twice as many applications as we currently had. You can imagine that's going to be really hard. I'm going to need a lot of staff. Also, I was given very clear instructions that do not mess up the metrics. This is a good story to tell. You can improve or stay steady, but you cannot show a drop in metrics. So MTTMs, all those need to stay the same or get better. And my boss at the time, he's no longer with Thomson Reuters, gave me a very clear message. Don't screw this up. So I was feeling very stressed. But no sweat here. I'm just going to hire a bunch of people and do the same thing with more applications. However, just like in Jaws, they didn't get a bigger boat. Because the reality of the situation is headcount doesn't grow on trees. There's no way I'm going to get 100 more engineers to do twice the work. We need to find ways to optimize what we're currently doing in the applications we're supporting, find better ways of onboarding new applications. Otherwise, we are not going to be successful. I'll get some headcount, but I'm going to have to fight for it. Also, when you're onboarding a new application and you're leveraging AI, you need a lot of data. You need to understand what the application's made up of. What are its failure points? How do you recover from those failure points? All those types of things that you need to teach the engineers who are supporting the application to do, you need to do the same thing with AI. So no matter what you do, there's a huge amount of effort that's going to have to go in to get that information. So what do? We needed to innovate. And that's where the AI augmented control plane comes in. With the AI augmented control plane, we can do a lot more with less. We can do it faster, we can do it safe, and we can do it faster. I think I already said that. It's fast. So I'm not going to take you through the whole architecture of the control plane and every feature of it. But the key pieces that I would point out here is it's not meant to replace any of our current tools. It's meant to augment those tools. We use Datadog for observability, ServiceNow for our ITSM ticketing. In the graphic you'll see here, it's hosted in AWS. It could just as easily be hosted in Azure or any place else, because the key pieces really are not the functions within the account. It's really the integrations we're building. And you can integrate something like this in Azure, Google Cloud, it doesn't really matter. You'll see that the TR AI platform, that's very oversimplified graphic here because it shows one AI platform. In reality, there's dozens of AI agents and dozens of AI RAG chains that we use and will use. It also allows us to very efficiently control access to prod applications, something that really saves a lot of time on engineers when they're addressing an issue. Because with the Global Command Center, 100 people, 300 applications, they could have between 4 and 9 applications they're looking at a single time. So going in and out of those accounts to do stuff is not going to scale. So this allows us to do that. Let's see here. All right. So I don't really want to talk too much more about the control plane. If you see me walking around, I'd love to talk about it because I talk about it every day. But here I thought the best use of time is really to share some of the insights we had while building a control plane. I'll tell you, it was a lot of fun. It works. We're rolling it out. But I think the insights will be more helpful for you. Number one is not all LLMs are equal. They each have their own strengths. And as they get rolled out, you need to really have a process where you're evaluating them, that you're testing them, seeing which one's best for your use case. Maybe it's Claude for writing code. Maybe it's ChatGPT for summarizing work notes. You need to really iterate through that so that you can pick the best one. And then choose wisely, because once you pick it and you're using it, it's almost a long-term commitment, because anytime you change something with the chain, you're going to have to test it and test them against each other. So you want to make sure you choose wisely, because it's a lot easier going from just messing around with some configurations with a current model over switching out a whole model. But you should also not just stick with your favorite. A lot of times something will come out and it'll be completely new. You should really make sure that you have a process in place where you're able to evaluate all the new stuff that's coming out, because that might be the edge that you need to really improve your service or really improve the product you're building. And did I say test? You want to make sure you test it, because there's nothing more embarrassing than having your model spit out nonsensical answers or completely inaccurate answers, especially when you're dealing with a control plane. What if my model said, hey, I suggest you take the US East 1 region out of your application? Maybe I do that because I'm trusting my chain, and by doing that, I bring down the application because it doesn't have another region. So you have to make sure that it's very, very accurate, and that you only know that when you're testing it. So you can't just let a model out there in the wild. It can degrade. It can start giving weird answers. So you always have to constantly be testing it. And I'm really excited for Datadog's feature where you can evaluate the AI models. I think that's really cool feature. Because doing it yourself, you have to build a lot of infrastructure. So when I talk about the models, I'm almost exclusively talking about a RAG chain. It's a retrieval augmented generation. So that's basically where you're putting guardrails around it. I'm sure if you hadn't heard it before this week, you know about it now, so I won't go too into detail. But the way we build the RAG chains is we start with a model that our AI platform team has already trained and made sure they're ensuring that there's no bias, that the data is protected. Did I say something wrong? So that the data is protected, and also that you want to make sure there's clear and concise prompts. You may think that writing this really huge prompt is going to cover all your bases. I personally found giving a very short, concise prompt is better. And that's where the double tap comes in. I think in the industry it's called like a two-shot. Well, I call it a double tap. I'm a former Marine, so I like that term. So the double tap is where you say, this is my query, and this is the result I'm expecting. This would be a perfect result. And you give a couple of those scenarios in the prompt, and it brings up the quality of the responses pretty high. You're very likely to get a good response. Also, I didn't put it in the notes here, but when you're creating the RAG chain, you're basically putting data in a database, an S3 bucket in our case. It's kind of a good idea to create a prime directive document. I like to seed all my chains with a prime directive document that says, hey, you're a chain, this is very important, this is what I want you to do. So with that, in addition to the prime directive document, the model has a lot more understanding and context of what it should do. And that only takes a few seconds to create something like that, and you can even use an LLM to create that prime directive. Also, create many models. We're not going to have one model do everything. You really need to think about your models as that expert team member that you go to for specific things. If you're building your RAG chains like that, you'll be able to put better controls, better guardrails in place, and you'll get much more consistent answers. It's like having a good prompt, but this is really, have it do one thing really, really well. And I'd like to introduce you to a couple or several of our models that I've built. We've got the dev expert, he's on your team, he knows everything, he knows Python, he knows React, he knows AWS. You can go to him and ask questions, but he's not grumpy. You're not going to annoy this guy with silly questions. So it's lowering the bar for a new engineer to start developing and not making mistakes, kicking out higher code quality, and you get none of the sarcasm that you would get with someone who's very experienced and doesn't want to talk to new college grads. So we created a dev expert. We also have the agile expert. The agile expert will take your ideas or work items that you're told to do and will create an Azure DevOps story for you, whether it's an epic, a feature, or a task. It'll do that for you because as developers, we don't like doing that. We just like saying, hey, I'll just put it in when I do this other task item. So we're lowering the bar to make sure that we have high quality stories put in place. It tells us what we should test. It's just amazing. I love it. We've got the process expert. So when you're working on a feature, you need to know where everything is, integrations, and you need to document it. I don't know about you guys, but I think developers are really crappy at documenting. Well, this guy right here will document for you. And you're not going to have to hear about his cat. You're not going to have to hear about the kids' scouting trip. Just give him the information and he'll document it for you. And then my favorite one is my Datadog. My Datadog, this guy's great. So a lot of times when we onboard applications to the Global Command Center, they aren't using Datadog to its utmost ability. They're not using monitoring as code, so they can make those changes. So we created this Datadog agent who seeded it with a lot of really good examples from our Datadog monitoring as code repo, and then a prime directive document, so you can go in and say, hey, I want to monitor ASGs and AWS. How do I do that? Create the templates for me, and it'll get you like 80% there. So that helps lower the bar to roll out things like monitoring as code. Now, getting people to adopt it, and that's a different problem, but we can do that pretty easily here. And then this guy on the fringe, that's the router. I haven't used a router yet in prod, but what we did with this is we built a RAG chain that had very minimal data in it. It basically has a JSON file with a bunch of objects, and each of those objects has meta for an endpoint that we use, and a very good description of what that endpoint is used for. And then it has the specific URI or URL that you need to go to reach that resource. And then through a series of lambdas, we take in an event. The event comes in, goes into Event Bridge, then Kinesis, then ultimately into Lambda, and it spits out the endpoint that we go to. So what do we do with that now? Well, you can think through it. One object in one file allows us to route. So now we can point a Lambda at the router LLM and eliminate thousands upon thousands of lines of code that would be deterministic within a Lambda, or having dozens of Lambdas. So in the future, we'll take in an event, it'll tell us where to go with it, and then that will get executed. Hopefully I drew a good vision for you there. It just allows us to really move fast and not have to worry about updating the code for our event messaging layer. And then when you're building these chains, if you build it personally, a little bit of that is going to come in, it's going to eke its way into the chain. It's going to have a little bit of your personality, and I really hope you notice that I was the inspiration for all of our models. I think my favorite one was the grumpy dev. It looks more like me than the rest of them, but yeah. So I guess what I'm saying there is you're going to have bias, and that goes back into making sure that you're testing, making sure that other people understand what you're trying to do with the model, so as they're using it, they can evaluate if what you built is good for their use. So wrapping all up, I hope I gave you some insights into our journey, our use of RAG chains. If you're a decision maker or have an ear of a decision maker, I could not have done this with a control plane without having an AI platform. I think TR invested very wisely in building the AI platform, whether it's for developers or internal people who might not know much about technology. It's really allowed us to move quickly and learn and adopt a lot of AI into our daily work lives. So go back, tell them you need to have something like this, or you need to build something like this, because I'll tell you, when you democratize access to these models, it's safer, and you're going to get a productivity boost. Also, what I'd point out, I can't overemphasize that make many models, don't have one model do everything, because the more specific you make it, the better the results are going to be. And it does not take a lot of time when you have an AI platform to roll out a new model. We can roll a new RAG chain in like 10 minutes if the deployment gods are on our side. And that's about it. So we have some time left for questions. I'm willing to field some questions.
Hi, just for the AI uninitiated, is a RAG chain the same as an agent, or is there a difference?
Good question, and I'm not going to give you the by-the-book answer because I don't know if I could. But what I'll tell you is a RAG chain is not an agent. The RAG chain is simply think of it as a source or service that you can use to, you give it input, you get an output. Where you have agents, agents do things. They can interact back with you. The RAG chains I'm building are not agents, but when you stack a bunch of them together and give them instructions, like maybe in a Lambda or something, they become agentic, right? But they're not by themselves agents.
You placed a pretty heavy emphasis on testing and making sure that each of these agents are tested around the model that they're set up to use. Can you go into more detail around what that kind of testing looks like? Does it involve eval suites or something more specific?
Yeah, so it can span the gamut. So you can do automated testing with creating campaign on our AI platform. We have that capability. Or it could be human-in-the-loop testing, or it could be a mixture of it. And what that entails is you know what your model, with your RAG chain, you know what you want it to do. So you need to figure out, as a user, what types of questions are going to be raised, how are they going to use it, and you need to be you have to be quite wide with what you're looking for, and then you need to capture the results from those queries, and then you need to evaluate, how accurate is this, how concise, how clear, and then if something falls below the standard, you fail it, right? So you need to come up with lots of use cases. And you probably could create a RAG chain to create use cases too, if you're lazy like me.
That was going to be my next question. Is there sort of a framework, an open source framework for testing these kind of things, or do you just kind of come up with that yourself, write it in-house, and then use that against all of your...
We have a framework as part of the AI platform. It's called AI evaluations. But I think Datadog announced a feature for LLM observability that looks pretty sweet. We'll just have to see if it's cheaper than what we're doing. But yeah, there's definitely, if we were all to sit in 4 different rooms and think through what we would do, we'd probably come up with a very similar, how we need to test it.
One last question. Around developing your own sort of agentic platform for your in-house agents, how do you evaluate between developing it all in-house and hosting it in your own cloud and basically standing up the components for that yourselves versus using a tool that's gaining popularity like N8N or things like that? I'm not sure if you're familiar with.
I'm not familiar with it, but I think it all comes down to can we build it better, cheaper, and are we willing to support it, or do we want to buy something that works really well and deal with the trade-offs? Mainly, we're waiting for a feature backlog or a roadmap item, right? So you have less control, but those are all, I think that's the age-old dilemma in IT, like, do we build it or do we buy it?
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Hi. Just going back to your double tap suggestion, is that a way of putting guardrails on it, or, because I sometimes find if you prompt too much, it then doesn't really go wide enough.
Yeah, so it's guardrail in so much that it's telling the model, you'd be a good boy or good girl if you do this, right? I'm giving you this, if I gave you this input, this is what I would expect. So it's doing some pre-processing, I guess, for it.
Are you doing that more when you know the outcome versus when you're researching and trying to hypothesize more?
That's a good question. I did it more at the latter. So like after I built it, I wasn't very happy. And it specifically is helpful with the router because previously it would give me a bunch of text, and I don't want text. I wanted a JSON object returned. So it's like, okay, you're telling me all the right stuff, but not the right way.
Got it.
This is how you can tell me.
Thank you.
Yep. All right. Thank you for coming. Really appreciate it.
Hey, welcome back, everyone. If you were in the first session this morning, we talked about the importance of data in the age of AI. And this upcoming panel now is about securing data. And we have three phenomenal panelists here today, and my colleague Wissal, who will be leading through the panel as the moderator. And if I can ask you please to come up on stage, and then please welcome the panelists for securing data.
All right, testing, testing. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here with us, and thank you to our panelists for joining us this morning. So I'll start by introducing our wonderful panelists here today. But first things first, my name is Wissal. I lead product and operations here at Datadog, and I'm thrilled to be here. All right, so first things first, I'd like to welcome Robert Wise, so Director of IT at TriZetto Healthcare Products. Thank you for being here with us. Next up, we'll introduce also Paul Richards, SVP of Technology Operations at Citizens Bank. And last but not least, I'll introduce Bobby Argenton, VP of Platform Operations at Hyatt Hotels Corporations. Thank you for being here with us today. Can we get a little round of applause for everyone? Thank you. All right. So we only have 40 minutes with our panelists today, so I will start with some questions that I've prepared with the team, and then we'll leave time for questions towards the end of the panel so that all of you can ask your questions directly to our panelists. But I believe that the best way is to start one by one, and then feel free to also ask each other questions as needed. All right, so we'll start with Paul. Great, so let's start with Paul Richards, Citizens Bank. So many of you will probably be familiar with Citizens Bank. Citizens offers personal and business banking solutions, student loans, home equity products, credit card, and many other financial solutions. Thank you for being here with us, Paul. We really appreciate it. So Citizens is also one of the top 2 home equity loan solutions in the United States, which is very, very impressive. So thank you for being here with us. And a fun fact is that your team managed to redesign an entire process to apply for home equity loans from 80 to 100 days down to around 20 days, which is very impressive. So would love to hear about that story, especially in the context of securing data, because as we know, process is not just for the sake of process. It's probably because we need to comply and secure all of the data that your customers are sending you. So first things first, would love to hear about the challenges of accelerating a business process that is as important as providing home equity loans.
Thank you, Vitaly, and thank you for Datadog for having us here. The biggest challenge we have is we have 2 disparate types of data. Data that we know, our customers, but then also customers that want to do business with us that aren't part of our organization already, right? So we had existing data that we could leverage and use and was already secured in several different ways. But it's the data that we were getting from the customer, we had to find a way to get that from them in that same timely fashion. So anytime you look to accelerate a process or remove steps with automation through a process, you have to think of starting with a audit-centric mindset. So will this pass audit? Because being in banking, you're in a very highly regulated industry to begin with. So we had to ensure that 1, that data was secure coming in, but then 2, the disparate nature of that data. Every bank has a different statement format, right? Every credit card has a different statement format. So all of that data, including identification, driver's license, things of that nature, all had to come in and be cataloged and OCR through to make sure that 1, we're capturing the right data, but 2, fraud is very rampant, right? So we had to make sure that we had all of our processes and bring in our security team, bring in our fraud team, and start with a mindset of where we can ensure, one, that this is the right person that we're talking to, but then two, make sure that the data that we're sending us is factual and proper.
That's very, very, thank you for sharing that story. And I'm sure that this is a story that also resonates with many people here in the room. So I guess, how did you do it? Could you share some behind the scenes, or a specific, like a surprising moment, or something that you are allowed to share with?
Sure, yes, absolutely. So again, we had two different scenarios. One, again, with customers that we knew, that we would use a marketing campaign to be able to send out to them to say, here's a code for you to use to go to our site. And we wanted to make this a very easy process. So everybody here that's ever applied for a mortgage knows the lengthy process that exists, right? It's not easy. It's a lot of data that's required. And then two, it's the timeliness, right? So we ask you for bank statements or identification, and then being able to have a process that allows you to return that to us in a very fast manner can be very complex. Now, some of the things that we've started to take advantage of is the FTX or the financial data exchanges. Those have been very, very helpful for us. But then also partnering with other companies like Plaid that really allow us, they're a data aggregator. So now we can rely on them to aggregate that data. However, therein lies the extra scrutiny around security and security of that data, because now you've got third party, fourth party of data that you are leveraging, that you now have to vet that organization. And with security, you've got a very love-hate relationship with, right? So it's the necessary evil of what we have to do to accelerate a process, but also ensure that we protect the bank, protect our customers' data, and make sure that the entire process end-to-end follows a standard or a similar process for each and every customer.
That's very, very interesting. So around 7 years ago, my previous gig, I was in the banking industry, and this is a story that resonates with me as well. So I'm very curious to hear maybe what's changed in the past 5 years that actually allowed you or enabled you to make such a big change in a critical business process for you at Citizens.
So things that have changed, I mean, there's good and bad with acceleration, right? So I'll say back in 2017, 2018, the CFPB kind of really got involved in setting the standard, right? Europe was very, kind of the leaders in there in building an open banking standard. The CFPB kind of came in and said, okay, we're going to help frame that, but we're not going to be the authoritative body. Hence, the FTX was born, right? So that's really helped us accelerate, because now it's the access to data that allows you to accelerate that decision making, right? And that's the largest part of that. When you're doing any kind of lending products, you have to have the level of scrutiny around, is this, the data that we're using to make decisions, is it viable? Is it accurate? Right? And more importantly, like I said earlier, is it fraudulent? So we have to be very careful of that. So those things allowed us to accelerate, but the other side of that is now over half the states in the United States now have their own version of consumer data protection. So now you have to ensure that when you're securing that data, your security team, your data engineering team, they're all aware of the individual states, especially if you're doing anything across the United States. Each state has their own requirements with some of that data, and they're not standardized. So when you're securing that data and doing the protection of that customer's data, you have to ensure that you're following those standards for each of the states at the federal level, and then your own organization standard as well.
I'm sure, especially with all of these different standards, I'm actually curious how long it took you end to end to reduce the number from 3 digits to around 20.
So we started with the customers that we knew, customers we had a relationship with, right? And so we were able to start to finish, we did that just in under 100 days.
Wow.
And so we actually had, several iterations, but our next iteration was to now start to market to customers that may not have a mortgage with us, but they had a bank account. So we still had, an understanding of who that customer was. So that was kind of the next tranche that we of customers that we went after. And then the third one was people that we didn't have a relationship with, but we wanted to build a relationship with. And so, again, we had to build a very similar process that allowed those customers to come in, have a, dare I say, easy button that allowed them to come in, have a process that was very customer-centric and be able to deliver a quality product to them, but then do it still in that same, time frame. So the things that we learned from the customers that were existing customers of ours, we applied those learnings to the next iteration. And again, so now we've accelerated and we continue to push that envelope to now be under 10 days.
Wow, that's an incredible success story. Thanks for sharing that with us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, so next up, we'll move to Robert Wise. So thank you for being here with us. So first things first, want to start by just giving a quick overview of TriZetto Healthcare, which is a division of Cognizant. So you are a provider of software solutions for the healthcare industry, primarily for payers and for providers. A fun fact, something that was very surprising to me and I would love to share with everyone here, is that your solutions touch more than 2/3 of all insured Americans. That was very impressive. So yes, the impact is very, very clear. So I'm sure that comes with a lot of challenges, especially healthcare data. So we're glad to have you here with us. So yes, first things first. What is something that people outside of the healthcare industry don't realize about the data in the healthcare industry?
Oh my gosh, it's highly regulated, and we are governed not only by different states, because different states have different requirements around data, but we also have federal mandates that we have to abide by, and those can change on what we need to do, how we need to build our solutions. We had transparency come out a few years ago where people would know exactly how much they're paying for healthcare, interoperability, and so you've got to get disparate systems all talking to each other and exchanging some of the right data. And one of the things about healthcare data is that it's the gold standard for bad actors. And so that, credit card data is, I think, $25 to $100 for, a set of that. For healthcare data, it's anywhere from $250 to $1,000 per each record. And the reason that is because, credit cards, you can use it for a while and they can change it. Your health record's not ever going to change. They have all of that information. You can't easily say, well, here's my health record from the time I was 20 to 50. That doesn't change. That goes with you. So it's a lot of information in one spot.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a very unique challenge here, especially in the age of AI, I'm sure. So could you tell us a little bit more about that, especially since with AI, with these bots that are operating pretty much 24/7, you have, a lot more risks there.
We do have a lot more risk, and one of the things that we do is, just with our software, there are a couple modalities that we have. One, it's licensed. You can buy it, you can put it in your data center on-prem or in the cloud, and you can manage it and run it. Or you can say, you know what, I don't want to deal with this risk. We'll put it in your data center, in your cloud, and you guys run it and you manage it, or we manage it within their cloud and we still assume the risk of securitizing it and making sure that it's good. So with that, and given the way AI works, is you've got to be extra vigilant, and it starts from the top all the way down in that security is just not one team's focus. It's everybody's focus each and every day. Everybody has to realize, from the SREs to the project managers, to the program managers, to the POs, they have to all understand that security is embedded in everything we do. It has to be number one, because clients, companies, everybody out here trust us with their data, and we have to treat it like It's ours. We own it. We want to protect it. It's like a member of the family.
That's, yeah, I think I can empathize with that. I do want my healthcare data to be definitely very secure. So could you tell us a little bit more about how securing this data is different than securing other types of data?
Because of a lot of the mandates on how long we have to keep this data, depending on the type of data, we have to keep it from 7 years, sometimes 11 years. And so we've got to make sure that we've got perimeter defenses around each and every one of the clouds, each and every one of the instances, tenants, accounts. Inside there, we've got to have it micro-segmented. We also need to make sure we have immutable copies just in case, because it's not if, it's a matter of when it's going to happen. You know, everybody's like, well, if it happens, if it happens. No, it's a matter of when. And we just know recently from another healthcare company that had some issues about a year ago, it becomes a very, very big deal very quickly and very public. And so we've got teams around the clock watching the data. We've got scans. We've got pen testing. We've got all of these accreditations that we have to make sure that we get, from SOC 2 to High Trust, FedRAMP, and now StateRAMP accreditations that all work off of the NIST framework, where you have to just, it's not only good enough to say, hey, we have this security, we have these controls. You have to prove it to outside auditors that'll come in every year. So it's, as soon as you're done with one audit, it's teeing it up and getting ready for them to come back in next year. Sometimes it's mini audit, sometimes it's full audit. So we are constantly working through and improving our security defenses, our processes, and our procedures.
Yeah, so I would like to double click into the team aspect, or the teams and people aspect, especially since you mentioned that for everyone, security is top of mind. I'm very curious, especially with the changing landscape with AI, with all these vulnerabilities that, you know, these bad actors are looking to exploit happening or coming up every few days. How do your teams keep up? How do you think of upskilling, training everyone, making sure that they're not only, you know, doing the day-to-day securing, but also staying up to date with everything that's happening?
Yeah, so what we did in the age of cloud, that was a nice little hype that it was like, cloud's not gonna be around. What we've done is we've taken people who used to be, hey, I was a storage admin, I was the network admin, I was the backup administrator, and really what you now have, you now have technologists that know all of the technologies and can support it. So we're more in a DevOps model where, hey, if you're the guy, you know storage, you know networking, you know the OS, you understand how security works, you understand the design of the environment that you're in. You may not be the SME, but you know enough because it all plays together. It's a different environment in the cloud. You just can't go, hey, I'm a Windows admin. Well, if you want to troubleshoot, you have to understand storage. You have to understand the threat vulnerability matrix. You have to work with the threat vulnerability team when they say, hey, there's a brand new CVE out there. It's got to be remediated in so many days. If you're not familiar with that process, if you're not intimately familiar with how the environment works, it's a lot of handoffs, and that just wastes time, especially if there's going to be an incident, or to prevent an incident, you've got to be nimble, you've got to be quick. And so we make sure that the teams are upskilled and are aware of, hey, this is what's new. Hey guys, go out there and learn about AI. Understand what can happen now that we've now gone to the age of agentic AI, and these, you know, bots can talk to each other. And then, even when they're not talking, they may wait 30 minutes and do something else, because that's how they're programmed. And so you've got to stay vigilant and on top of those things.
Yeah, absolutely. So keeping specializations, but also having a standard layer so that everyone can speak the same language.
Correct.
So I know that a lot of this is unique to the healthcare industry, but I'm sure that some of the lessons learned can be applicable to many, many other industries. So I would love to hear about, essentially, how did you solve this problem, and what are some things that you can share with the audience? What can others learn from your industry, essentially?
Oh gosh, solve the problem? No.
Continuous.
Yeah, but it's really, it's just continuous. It's continuous growth. It's continuous change. Healthcare, like a lot of government industries or anybody that deals with the government is very slow to change, is very slow to adopt. You know, AI is still seen in some circles as very scary, but you've got to take on the new technology as it comes out. You've got to be on the forefront, not on the bleeding edge, but at least on the forefront of understanding what the technology is and what the impact is going to be. Because at some point, this fad, this you know, one-trick pony is going to catch on, and you either are ready for it or you're behind the 8 ball, and everybody knows how hard it is once you're behind the 8 ball to catch back up. And that's a lot of time, and that's a lot of money, and you never really get caught up. You just close the gap, but you don't ever really get caught up. So one of the things I would say is everybody's got to stay vigilant. When the new technology comes out, when they started talking about agentic AI, everybody should be reading up on it and understanding what it is. Even if you're not leveraging it today, you may, 3 months, 6 months, your CEO may go, guess what, guys, we're all in. And you don't want to be caught behind the 8 ball and trying to scramble to understand what everybody's talking about, so.
Exactly. As Ollie mentioned yesterday, change is accelerating. Things are happening so much faster than they used to. But for professionals like yourselves, you can't afford to miss a wave, especially if it sticks and turns out to be a real thing. So I think that's a story that resonates with a lot of people here. But yes, thank you so much, Robert. Thank you. And last but not least, we'll move to Bobby Argenton from Hyatt. So we're moving to the hospitality industry. I believe that most people here in the room will be very, very familiar with Hyatt, so I won't go too much into that, but I did want to call out some numbers just for the sake of scale. So Hyatt operates more than 1,400 hotels, 35 different brands from essentials all the way to luxury in 79 countries. This is particularly interesting, especially with having different regulations and standards by state. I'm sure that that becomes even more challenging when you're international and when you're looking at different countries. So I thought that was very interesting. And then another interesting fact was that you're also offer a software business, so a booking and reservation platform for other companies, which I thought was very, very interesting. But yes, first things first, would love to hear about the different types of data that you process and that you have to secure, especially in the hospitality industry, and how maybe it's different from the banking industry and the healthcare industry.
Yeah, Hyatt is obviously regulated like the banking industry. We process credit cards, so there's a financial regulatory set of controls that we have to meet. I feel fortunate that I don't have to deal with HIPAA or FedRAMP or these other sort of federal agencies in the US, but we do have to think about these things internationally. So in the US, we have really good controls about PCI, payment card data, the PII, personally identifiable information controls are starting to get a bit stronger in the US, and really Europe was leading the way in that sector with GDPR, right? It gave citizens the right to be forgotten, which means that, hey, I don't want you to have information about me as a human, and you need to scrub that from your systems. So that forced everyone in technology who does business in Europe to re-platform, refactor their systems, tag data as personal, and manage it in a different way. And now, we're going to another level that countries like China and Saudi Arabia are starting to have other controls about data import and export. So China has this PIPL regulation that's going to mandate that if a Chinese citizen only travels in the mainland China, their information cannot be stored outside. So there's this data sovereignty set of regulations that we'll have to comply with. Saudi Arabia is going the same way, and then I predict many other countries, Europe and US, will follow. We've got good sort of reciprocal agreements between like the EU and the United States. So as an EU citizen, we can store your data in a US data center. But as you might expect, we didn't build our platforms, we didn't architect them in a way, years and years ago, with this sort of notion of we're going to have these segregated, siloed data stores. And control them differently depending on what that country has chosen to do for their own citizens. So it just adds a ton of complexity. And the way I think about data is it's sort of like a base element, right? And you put these things together and they can have different value. So if we put together a set of numbers, it's a credit card number, and we're gonna have to treat that as very sensitive, confidential, and we would attribute tag it as such, and then we can give that a certain treatment. If it's personally identifiable, that's another treatment. If there are certain regulatory controls that says, well, PII data can't be stored out of country, we have to treat it as such. So we have to do data attribute tagging and then a policy framework that allows us to sort of navigate that. But it just keeps getting more and more complex.
I'm sure, especially as you keep expanding. But you mentioned that, and this is something that I also learned in our previous conversations, but that Hyatt used to have a centralized system. I'm actually very interested in hearing about how you managed to move from this one centralized system that stored data centrally to something that's a little bit more decentralized. How long did that take?
It never ends, really. And there's a few reasons for that. So Hyatt was founded in 1957, and the internet didn't exist. And, in the age of computers, we built a central reservation system, and it was built as a monolith. And then, the internet explosion happens, and then we have mobile devices and smart door locks and, check-in kiosks, and we start building microservices that are distributed around that, but still kind of tying back to the central monolith system. And then we acquire a company that has a whole different set of things, and then we acquire another and another and another, which is really great for the business, right? It gives us a broad portfolio of brands, from sort of a typical hotel that you might stay, just, maybe traveling to a conference in New York, to some sort of ultra luxury Park Hyatt Maldives, and it's like a dream vacation. So we have all of these different offerings, which is fantastic, but because we bring them into our portfolio through acquisitions, we bring all of the technology with it. So we run in all of the cloud providers and in data centers around the world. We have on-property systems, we have corporate systems. So each time we add a new type of system, new type of technology, new type of data, it just adds the complexity of managing and storing that. And I think one of the things we all have in common here is, and I would say everyone in the audience, is that we have a responsibility to secure data. And sometimes it's regulated and mandated by governments, and in other cases, we want to make sure that we are being a good steward of that data to our customers. I hope that if you stay at Hyatt, you think they're treating my data properly, we're treating it with care. Care is kind of a theme throughout our company. Because if we lose your trust, we lose you as a customer. If my data is leaked at a hotel that I'm staying at, I really don't want to stay there again, right? Because I don't trust them anymore. So we take that very seriously, but because of the always changing technology landscape, the way that we use data evolves. We want to make sure we give you a good personalized experience as someone staying at our property. We want to make sure that we offer you, when you search for a property, the thing that is best fit for you, right? If I'm traveling to Cancun, it may be for business to visit some of my colleagues, but I might also go with my family and I want to stay at an all-inclusive resort. And so we want to make sure that we offer the best options to our customers, but also protect that data, and it's a tricky balance.
No, I'm sure, especially with the acquisitions aspect. So I just found out that Mr. and Mrs. Smith was acquired by Hyatt in 2023, and I recently used it, and I really loved that website and the whole experience. So I'm curious, do you have processes in place? How do you essentially take on the responsibility of securing all of this data for all of your subsidies and all of your acquisitions?
Yeah, so each acquisition is a little bit different, right? So when Hyatt buys Playa Resorts or some other property it's a hotel. It's like other Hyatt hotels, but they're differentiated in some way as a user experience. But then with Mr. and Mrs. Smith, it's essentially an online travel agency. There are hotels that are as part of that network that brings them into our World of Hyatt loyalty program, and that sort of expands the options that you have as a customer. But the whole platform and the product is quite different, right? So Mr. and Mrs. Smith, if you're not familiar, it's a very curated set of boutique hotels around the world, and they're just phenomenal. There's a property in Norway that has, I think, 7 or 8 different rooms, and each one is unique. One is suspended from cables in a forest, and it's shaped like a UFO, and there's even a button you could press to like put a fog machine to make it look like the UFO is taken off. It's just another world experience.
Now I want to go
No
book
pun
that
intended,
one.
but you know, we have that whole brand and a set of challenges that come with it. And then you mentioned how we also power booking engines for other platforms. So through the Apple Leisure Group acquisition, I would say 4 years ago, that company actually is a SaaS company that would allow you, I probably don't want to say the names of some of those clients, but if you have a business that you want to have a property for someone to go take a vacation, maybe like at a theme park, they run our software for their business, and there's no Hyatt branding at all. And so that's a very different business model. And so the data that comes along with that and how we treat it also adds to this complexity.
That's very, very impressive. Thank you so much for sharing this story. Thank you, Bobby. I think that I'd like to open it up for questions from the audience. And yes, the microphone is right here. Please don't be shy. Oh, looks like we have a...
And we won't have all the answers.
This is a question for Robert. I also work in healthcare, and my company is slowly implementing more and more AI tools into our product. So I was wondering if you have any concerns around the increased implementation of AI having access to more and more PHI and HIPAA compliant data in the healthcare industry.
Wow. Oh, wow, that's one of those tricky questions. I believe that AI can be very useful, but you are going to have to put those guardrails around the data that it can leverage and it can see. Internally, we have built some of our own LLMs that allow us to look at all of our data and our clients' data, but it does not expose it out to the internet. So we can review the data, we can provide the clients with the references that they need, the inferences that they need, but it doesn't go out to the internet. So you've got to put the right guardrails around there, and you have to enable your teams to be able to leverage the tools, because if you don't, what's going to happen is you're going to have people exfilling data, putting it into ChatGPT or something else, getting the result, bringing it back in, so you're going to end up with shadow ops. So you've got to make sure that the tools that you use, Copilot, whatever you've got, are enabled to provide the feature functionality that's needed for developers, for the teams to be able to do the work they need to do. But again, you've got to kind of put those guardrails around it. And I'm assuming you guys would probably have the same issues with everybody wants, AI, but you've got to protect how that data is around. So that's a good question. Thank you.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, one of the big things you've got around AI is protection of that data, first and foremost. And then as you were talking about earlier around the agentic AI, right, you now have an aspect to where you need to have other agents watching the agents to ensure that, that they're operating, performing properly, right? And so that's a constant battle that we're starting to find more and more of, because you do want to accelerate the capability, but you don't want to lose control.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm actually with Datadog, and I focus on regulated industries specifically, so this question goes to all three of you. How has observability helped you in your quest to secure data and abide by the regulators?
Yeah, I think, obviously I'm a fan of Datadog. My team makes fun of me, and literally I'm now on stage at a Datadog conference. So I guess the shoe fits. The observability of how data moves across our systems helps us see where you have maybe data flowing in an unintended way, right? So with data streams monitoring, with log monitoring or metrics, you can sort of see the system in action, and it helps you to see when data is flowing in the way that you like, when there's an anomaly, maybe that's an incident, we can go in and triage it, but it helps us to really understand how our customers are interacting, how our business users are interacting with that data, and just having a good, clear picture of how data is used can help you see where there potentially is risk, where you might have a customer name in a place where it shouldn't be. And then that helps you understand, well, did we fail to identify that as sensitive data and give it the correct treatment? If, I would hate to see this, I haven't seen it, but a credit card number written in clear text into a log file, you want to make sure that you catch that, scrub it, go upstream and tokenize it, and then make sure that that occurrence could never happen again. And observability is the way that we can spot all of those risk areas.
And is it the same for?
Paul, do you want to?
I would say it's very similar, but in our case, as we've modernized and looked at moving some of our products from very monolithic to using microservices and other things, people had no idea where all the data was. So once we had observability, we're like, oh, this data is stored here, the same data is stored here, oh, the same data is stored here, oh, and it's stored here, and there's another copy over here, and you're like, oh my gosh, why do we have 27 copies of the same data? So it allowed us to build like the dependency maps, and then we could really look at what is the source of truth, and that's really the data you need to keep. The rest of it, you can just kind of get rid of. We don't need all the logs. We don't need to keep that 7 years, so now we don't need 30 petabytes of the same data copied 12 different ways and just 1 or 2 columns are changed. So that was one of the things that we're using with observability, and as things go on, we'll be using some more of these new cool features, especially in the agentic AI stuff and the LLM monitoring and the cost and all of those things, because that can spiral out of control real quickly when somebody runs something, you're like, oh, that's 1 million tokens, and now we've blown our budget for the year.
And similar for us, so as we kind of look to deepen relationships with our customers, you may be part of our core banking, but we want you to experience lending products. We want you to experience wealth products, right? So when we look at our entire landscape, they're not all these systems that have to be connected together, but you want to know that the events that make up that customer experience and ensure that you can see all the way from the start of that experience to the end, and especially across as they use different platforms that we then present as a single view. So it's really important for us on the backside to make sure that we've got event correlation, logging capabilities, that we bring all that things together, because it's IT, things break, right? That's where the observability really comes in, so we can return that customer experience to the best it can be as quickly as possible.
Thank you, that's very helpful.
So Marvin Pascal, I'm with Stryker Healthcare. So Robert, I'm probably going to pick on you again. PHI certainly resonates with my industry, but kind of a two-part question for you, Robert, and the other two as well. With PHI, as you go from monolith systems where you can protect things at the edge and store your data, you own the data. As you start working with cloud vendors like Datadog, first of all, how do you vet vendors for storing PHI? Do you allow third-party vendors access to that PHI that you are responsible for your customers, or do you sanitize that PHI?
Wow. Depending on the vendor, most vendors don't really get access to the actual PHI data. What they will get is they'll get some of the telemetry data from the machines, but they won't actually see our PHI data. And for those places where you could see it, such as if you're using RUM, where you can actually go through and look at the screen capture and the replay, those things would be turned off because, again, you don't want to provide people with any of that. And like I said, a lot of the data is not stored within their instance. It's kind of within our instance, and Datadog has access to it. So then there's a huge vetting process that goes on if you want to add any vendor. And I think it's about, I think the fastest we've ever added any new vendor on was probably 9 months. But it's usually about a year to 18 months to get somebody on because they've got to go through a whole bunch of vetting, all kinds of security checks.
So follow-up question then, what tools or processes would you recommend for scrubbing the PHI when you work with third-party vendors?
You have about 20 seconds.
Sorry.
No pressure.
Actually, we actually have our own product that we sell, that we license, that allows clients to scrub their PHI data and put it in lower environments and other environments, so it de-identifies all of that data. It's the same data, it's just certain fields are de-identified, so you actually have real data that you can leverage and get the same type of information.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much, and I apologize for rushing you there in that question. But thank you, all three of you, so much for joining us here today. Please, a round
Thanks
of
for having
applause
us.
for
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for Robert, Bobby, and Paul. Thank you so much for joining us.
And now, please welcome on stage CTO and co-founder of Datadog, Alexei Lequoc, and the CTO of Okta, Bhavna Singh.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you all for attending this little fireside chat. There's actually no fireside. I guess that's why it's a little bit cold here, right? So I'm delighted to have to share the stage with Bhavna, actually to give you a stage, because this is really about you.
We shared yesterday too.
Indeed.
Maybe not at the same time, but the
Indeed.
same stage.
And maybe we can start with, thank you sharing with the audience who you are, what you do at Okta.
Got it. Well, I'm the CTO at Okta. That just got announced. But I lead engineering that helps build applications, which includes authentication, authorization for all consumer, all B2B applications. Additionally, we also do a new product called fine grain authorization, which is both on open source as well as paid version, where if you are trying to control what access you want to any kind of application or data, you can control that at a very fine grained level. And then we just talked about yesterday at the keynote, which is Auth for GenAI platform. Primarily, if you're building GenAI application or AI agents, that's another platform. So my team works on all of that. It's an enterprise SaaS setup. So if you are working on a login, behind the scene for most applications, we are helping make sure it's secure, make sure it's well done and frictionless.
Yeah, that's.
And we leverage Datadog heavily.
Thank you for that. So maybe I want to spend some time on a concept that's very central to, I think, who we are as humans, but also central to your business, which is that of identity. Mm-hmm. It's obviously what makes Okta known for what it is. And I'd say, up until very recently, identity was very much something tied to who we are, to a real user, like in the flesh. And even to some extent, I'd say, even when we deploy service accounts to act, it's usually on the behalf of someone like you, like me, And now, I think that view is somewhat challenged in the world of AI. So I think I'd love to understand, how we should think about identity when actions taken are not necessarily prompted by someone, but prompted by something now that almost has its own volition.
Yeah, that's a very, very good question, Alexei. I would say, or machine-to-machine identity existed. We have worked that. API to API also existed. The change here is that there's now an agent technology or GenAI application which is running autonomously, but also making decisions autonomously. So it's the prediction of what we used to run is different now, because the outcome could be different based on what the prompt is, what the data is, what the context is, and what it's running in. So that shifts how you secure it, what context you're providing, and how you control that context. So certainly that shifts how identity is working. Number one thing, of course, is extending a user's identity to multiple agents. Now you have multiple agents that's running my identity or using my user information to do different things. So how do you secure that? That's one shift that certainly we are evaluating and bringing in our platform. The second part is now you have API to API calls, where do you store those access tokens? And something that very commonly I see in many applications or many people who are building is they store secret key right there. And if they are demoing, it will be open on the screen, say, okay, don't look at it, I'm going to copy it. It's like, how do you solve for those things? And our platform certainly enables that as well. And lastly, I would call out with the agent technology that shifts is data. What data and how much access? It cannot be that all data has access, your agent has access to all data. So that shifts how technology provides access. That's why fine-grained authorization is something that we talk about, and we're building it to enable more for a GenAI application and agent application. But those things shifts the AI agent way of working, or you can say identity way of working. And I think something we talked about when we were talking about scale is the biggest thing. Now it's not one user in multiple format, in multiple contexts. So scale is the big shift for identity as well.
Okay. And so, I mean, I think, well, I certainly have at times written a password or a secret in a file and, you know, because I needed to be there. And that was already, to some extent, I think, a difficult problem for us as an industry to deal with. Secret management, which underpins usually identity. So we've had blind spots then. Now, what you're saying is the scale is going to be potentially orders of magnitude more than what we have now. So how do we deal with it? Like, how can you help us, I guess, you know, not make the rookie mistakes, scale with some, you know, assurance, peace of mind?
Well, as we are talking about this space, you know, number one, I think we also talked about in our keynote, which is security. So having a strong identity platform that's connecting all of your identity of the user to the agent and the whole life cycle, absolutely must have. You can't drop that, you know, that connection, because if you do, then you cannot trace your agents. So number one, having strong identity platform that can authenticate, authorize, make sure, you know, you're not copying it, your secrets in the file. You just admitted something very basic in front of a very big group. And then, so that's why Token Vault is something that's part of our out-of-the-box platform. And then, of course, the other thing that we talked about, which is the behind the scenes. So if agent is doing something and you have created some guardrails, right? So they might need a user's approval, user's confirmation. So how do you do that async approval? So those are all the capabilities that needs to be there. So that's one. A strong identity platform can provide you that. Number two, observability, you know, monitoring, tracking. So if you have a full life cycle of agent built into the identity, how do you track and monitor? Absolutely must have. And then alert, because if you have a prompt or let's say a context that shifts the outcome, there should be an alert to say now it would plan to do this was the goal, but that the outcome is not. So that's the anomaly, or you know, making sure that we keep it secure. So that alert also needs to be there. And lastly, I think guardrails. There's a lot of guardrails that's missing. Guardrails around what data needs to be used, what should be the protection around it, what should be done around certain policy of a company, and different company have different security risk appetite, let's say, right? So guardrails are certainly important, which could be policy guardrail or anything else. But those guardrails need to be there. And scaling is just a basic. I would call it a performance table stake, even in the new world.
Okay. And those guardrails, can you help us with that? I mean, I think because as I think, you know, so a year or two from now, there's potentially a world where we have, you know, one person has tens of agents running around doing a bunch of things left and right. In the name of that person, let's say in my name, you know, what should I ensure now? What guardrails do I need to put in place to not have to realize that, oops, well, yes, this agent did something wrong, but it has my name on it and has my permissions on it. Well, luckily, as a CTO, I have no permissions whatsoever. But you know, how should I think about it? Like, what do I need to ask our identity providers, tell the teams, you need to think about A, B, and C in terms of guardrails before you can release? Or do I just tell the team, you know, let's say the Datadog teams, just go ahead, you know, try it out, and then we'll fix it as it goes. Do we have that luxury, I guess, in that new world, or no?
Well, the basic principles of security, privacy, compliance doesn't shift, right? We still have the principle of you know, least trust, or the control of defense in depth, or least privilege. That doesn't change. The unfortunate thing is, as the technology is new, the builders are building with, you know, as much as possible because the tools and technologies aren't in place, right? Yeah. So definitely that's one aspect of guardrail, which is fine-tuning and making sure only the data that is must-have was said, what was done, and what was the outcome. Because the other very common thing we're talking about is, you know, supply chain has been a very big issue, and for a very long time, it's not a new concept, but you know, you still see supply chain vulnerabilities coming up and causing breaches, even today. We will see, we're talking about agent chaining. there will absolutely be agent chain attacks or vulnerability. And that is not part of the conversation. So that is another thing that we need to kind of keep track, as you're saying, 1 to 2 years. And then the other very key aspect, I know we are talking about scale, but many people are not talking about scale. For them, scale will come later. Right now, they're too busy building their own solution, you can say, or figuring out our experimentation. A lot of organizations, they build their, you can say, infrastructure based on the traffic pattern, right? So if it's North America, it's day, so you will see a rise in the morning and all of that. So we have that traffic pattern figured out, and that's how we optimize our infrastructure. Agent is going to change traffic pattern. They run 24/7, they run weekends all the time. So now we are looking forward to a very different traffic pattern for which we will have to build our infrastructure. That's going to be different. So there are a lot that will shift. I don't think we are talking about all of those things yet, but many of us are thinking about it and working towards it. Solutions are not there yet.
And maybe, so I think this room is obviously full of folks who are intimately comfortable with the technology, obviously are building it for their companies. How do they bring folks from legal compliance along, right? For whom agents may be just some hyped up word that they hear because that's what's in vogue right now, but that they struggle to relate to it, and they may, how can we have a productive conversation where in both the builders, to some extent the internal regulators, auditors, and so on, can fit those guardrails, agree on those guardrails, and sort of anticipate potential problems that are going to arise?
I think GDPR was one when I bet you must have felt that legal heads were our new best friends. I think we will see the repeat of it, which is legal and security leaders will be our new best friends. And I bet you must have felt it when at least I had to for my organization, which is when we said, okay, we need to bring in code gen technology. That was a big, many months of back and forth and redlining. So yes, that will happen, but I also see the other way, which is it's a new technology, a lot of new, you can say, vulnerabilities or open spaces and licensing issues. So I see their point of view of why they are, call it nervous or overly conservative. So I actually respect that because on the other side, as a technologist, I might want to run faster, but they keep me honest. But the way to do it is, how can you experiment in a controlled space, learn from it, and then figure out what could be your, you can say, vulnerabilities or open spaces, and then you plug them, and then walk them through, and then take that step. But the other thing I would also say and encourage people to think about is if your solution is low risk, and that is something that I educate my legal partners, is the solution or data I'm working on is low risk. Let's say the data I'm working on is public content. Then for me to run my GenAI capability and roll it out outside, the risk is lower. And I would say people are very forgiving of GenAI application when it hallucinates. They find it funny. So that's one, and then creating some guardrails to give them confidence that if something happens, we can fine tune very quickly to control or pull it back or whatever. So that's step one, which is how do you create your data low risk versus high risk. And then when you're high risk, you do want to go slow. You do want to go with your eyes wide open, is my take, and is of course their take. But that just gives you the ability to experiment with the technology, but also move fast in some places and move cautiously in some other places.
I see. Okay. And so let's say I'm rolling out a new agent. What data do I need to get, in terms of, I don't know, tracing, or you said supply chain. Like, what do you think constitutes the minimum sort of viable set of data that you need to have to feel good about? Yes, okay, that's fine. We have the framework that's needed to let this thing loose and see it in the wild, as it were.
Well, there are basic logs for sure, but I would call out a few more. Context information. So let me say this from an example. Let's say you have an application or agent application or ecosystem that does booking, And what it does is, in this period of time, get me the cheapest tickets, right? Now, as a logging, you also need to make sure that when someone's saying cheapest ticket, what's the time period, what's the context around, whatever information it takes in, the user information, users' behavior of tickets or travel or what matters to them. So these are all the context, which usually, if you run a regular application, you don't log all of that. But now this context matters. The metadata of the context, maybe not the full context, but metadata of that context matters because the agent is going to make decisions based on that. So that's a new thing. The second, I would say, as you are doing this booking and stack, there'll be multiple agents that's going to run. So who's authenticated, who's authorized, how long are they going to, because it's going to run behind the scene to run this booking capability or get your pricing stuff. So all of those sessions, when was the session active, when was the session not active, all of those information need to also be logged. And then lastly, I would say evaluation. So now that the result is there, by the way, let's not forget prompt also needs to be logged. But let's say now the result is there, the ticket's booked or ticket's sent to you, that this is the ticket you should buy, or bought, let's say. That evaluation of what the output was versus what the prompt was and what the guardrail was, that needs to be there, because only then, actually, the monitoring traceability can say, wow, the outcome was, the guardrail was, let's say, don't go above 10K, but someone bought 50K ticket, some agent. That's a problem, let's fraud or alert or something. So those all three capabilities, just with an example. So I would say the log size are going to become bigger. Does that help Datadog?
Whatever helps customers helps us. Okay, now maybe this is, I'm assuming you have a vantage point that's quite privileged in terms of seeing the world that is probably to come. Mm-hmm. And I'm curious whether you have a particular anecdote that comes to mind in terms of seeing agents, trying to see agents in the wild, surprising behavior or scary behavior or something that made you laugh.
Well, I'll share one, and thankfully it was more of something, I was talking to a CIO of a Fortune 100 company. And his team is experimenting with an AI agent solution where they want to configure their system through agents, and they want multiple agents to configure their system because that will help them launch their system faster to their customers. And he shared with me that they started the agents ecosystem to start running with the configuration with some metadata or some knowledge base, you can say. And after running it for a week, the agent themselves updated their knowledge base and enriched it. Now, he was happy doing it, but I was like scared. I was like, what? Because that's altering your knowledge, your information. So there's an aspect of joy where you could find how smart this agent's ecosystem was to educate itself and learn from it and get better. And there's an aspect of worrisome, because how do you track and monitor and supervise to make sure that they are not adding a knowledge base that takes them out of bounds or out of control, you can say, right? I'm a sci-fi fan. I know many people quote Terminator. I can quote many other movies, but after that example, we talked about Terminator for 5 minutes.
Okay. Or we should add the law of the robotics from Isaac Asimov, I guess.
Yeah.
And overall, the field is moving very fast. I mean, I'm subscribed to a few newsletters, and almost every other day, there's like, oh, there's this paper, it's changing completely the field, there's that paper, and so on. So how do you keep track of what's going on? And how deep can you go realistically with your schedule?
It's hard, but I would say that's one shift that has happened across, not just me, even overall engineering. If you remember, as leaders, we try to create the noise or control the noise or the context switch for our teams less, so that they can focus on the work, they can focus on what needs to be delivered. In the new world of AI agent or Gen AI overall, it's shifted because now they are interested in keeping track of all of that. I want them to keep track of the evolution in this space. So we are seeing more context switching, but with code gen and other technologies, it's also helping them with that, context switching. So there's a shift in the way of working. The truth is that, yes, it's hard to keep track of everything in depth, but I would say breadth is the way to go. And then if something makes sense, something is relevant, that's when you go deep, rather than going deep everywhere, because everything is evolving. If you remember, a year back, when the code gen technology started, they were saying that it helps you 25% or productivity improvement. 6 months back, it was 70%, although I will be honest and admit that we have not seen anything more than 20 or 15. So it's still to come, but if I go deeper into everything, then it's just a waste of my time and a lot of noise. So it's more of like keeping track of the breadth, and then if something is relevant, just going deep. That's my way.
Okay, so I don't feel bad when I just skim the first paragraph of that newsletter. Okay.
Or you copy paste, put it in your Gen AI application, and say summarize.
Okay, that's a good point. And now in that body of knowledge, there's, and I compare it to the sort of pre-AI time, there's sort of what the science, if you will, the new techniques and that are explained. And then there's what people do with, let's say, nefarious intent to these systems. And I'm curious about that, adversaries. How has your thinking changed in terms of how you think about adversaries that are trying to exploit weaknesses in this new class of systems, which we know relatively little?
Absolutely, and our working in this space, identity and security space, I think we want to stay ahead of it as well. So as we are, fake videos is something that's become very common. So how, as humans, we react to news, which just because there's a video of someone doesn't mean that's what we need to react. So as human as well, our social space for us, we are also evolving ourselves. So similarly in the space of security as well, like I said, agent chaining, that's certainly something. API to API calls, we are building capabilities there. How do you have the identity for the full life cycle of an agent? Now, usually you see identity as one person or one user doing something at the time. One very common fraud detection is that the same user cannot log in within certain period for a certain time, right? That's a very, very common fraud detection rule. That will change, because now, if you are enabling authenticated agents to operate and run, that rule will not apply, right? So many of our rules and guardrails will shift based on the space that we are operating. The non-human identity is also shifting in how it will work. For a very long time, non-human identity did not have a good solution. More so, just in time for that is also very different. You would say security overall is more static space, which is once you get authenticated, you have your session goes away, then you create another session. It's a very static space. Now with agent, it's going to become very dynamic, very real time. So there's a lot of shifts in our space. Many of it we are actively working, and many of it we're actually looking to partner with other organizations. We are partnering with many organizations so we can understand their experiment before it goes into production.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. Let's switch gears a little bit.
Yeah.
I think we're seeing a lot of adoption of coding agents, and I'd love to for you to share your experience at Okta.
I think I shared one.
And in terms of how much of a well, first of all, how transformative do you think it is? I think you said maybe 15, 20%. So maybe curious of how you backed into that number, and then how much more from a process. How has it been? Sort of warm embrace, reluctance, all of the above. So I think looking back,
if I get a multiple choice with one multiple choice saying all of the above, I have a feeling that all of the above is the answer.
Okay.
So I'm going to go with all of the above. But just being natural and human. But I would say largely it has been exciting. And before it was even approved, most people wanted it, right? So I call that warm embrace. The expectations were high. And that's what I'm saying with the numbers that was getting coded externally. And I don't know, I would be curious about your experience on that as well, versus what the team saw. And it could be very dependent on the technology we adopted and all of that. But the expectations were high versus the value, and they were use cases based. So if we are doing migration, the value is much higher versus a new code development. So those are all the variety that we saw that changed, or you can say more grounded the understanding and the realization of it. Fast forward today, now there are more technologies, more evolution, more IDE generation, more chat, and all of those integration. So we are now evaluating a couple of the new products, and we will bring them in. So the goal is how can we keep getting better? But it's not just the code gen, it's how do we leverage that for PR or Jira creation or auto generation of some responses so that we can close tickets automatically. Those are all the variety of places, because the one misconception is that just because it's 15 or 20% productivity improvement for software engineers' time, software engineers not writing code 100% of the time, which is a very big misconception at all leadership level, which is, oh, you're getting 20% improvement, so like, what does that mean? Can you do 5 more projects? So that is the number one thing that as technology leaders, we have to educate everyone that engineers are not writing 100% code 100% of the time. So what else are we doing? Are they writing documentation, PR reviews, Jira ticketing, incident reports? So how do you make sure that we are bringing productivity or AI productivity across the board? Then you get the value add.
I see that. That makes sense. Have you, maybe you have had a conversation with people who are reluctant to adopt, and it could be because they've seen the sort of the invasion of slop and more content, and so they're like, oh, bad code. Now these machines are going to write bad code. I don't want to be part of that type of thing. And curious if you had those conversations and whether you were able to shift their perspective at the very least.
I think I already answered all of the above, so I can take that answer back. But I will say, I'm not sure if they are, well, I would say those people are not at Okta anymore. Okay. And the one way I do want to call out is this is not about, okay, adopt AI or don't adopt AI. It's more about how do you adopt AI. And a very common other thing that I see is like, a junior engineer should be empowered to say that just because I have AI doesn't mean that I have a project, I'll drop it in AI and I'll copy the code. That's not the answer. Yes, it's very fast. But that's not the answer. If they want to take time and design it and try, give the first attempt, and then use AI to improve, they should be totally empowered to do that, even if that means that it adds a few more days to the whole development. Because there's an aspect of their learning as well, right? Similarly, a senior engineer, seasoned engineer, if AI is giving them code, just because it has given them code doesn't mean they need to adopt. They can totally reject it, and they should be totally empowered to reject it, and use something else, or write their own code. So I think the empowerment is there on making decisions of whether do you leverage AI or not. So the idea of adopting AI is not that every time just whatever it says. So that training needs to come, and that education we did provide, which is you're empowered. The one thing we are asking is take a look, try it out, leverage it where it makes sense, leverage it where it doesn't make sense. And they do that. So that support, or you can say safe space, has to be there, which we have provided. And outside of that, I think the other education we have provided is the future of this space is definitely, the fear of jobs going away, right? So yes, there was that in terms of reluctance, but having that conversation to say, look, the future is AI is going to be here. Now, some jobs will shift, right? With every technology, you see some jobs shifting, some way of working shifting. AI will also shift. But if you don't start now to evolve with it, it will be too much of a gap, and then you become obsolete. So how do you start evolving right away as it's evolving itself? So that also opened up the mind to see, okay, that makes sense, and I'm going to leverage, and I'm going to do more and not less, right, in different ways. So those were the conversations we had early on that helped the teams kind of embrace it. And we also added recognition, games, hackathons that also help people kind of experiment a lot and get comfortable with it. Because at the end of the day, as human, I feel like when we are uncomfortable with something, that's when we are reluctant. When we start to kind of see it embedded in our day-to-day, then it's a different way of looking at it.
Okay, that makes sense. And I'm curious whether you've started to see maybe the the first sort of ideas or the seeds of change in terms of how we organize, how a software engineering organization is usually structured, whether because one way to think about it would be, well, everybody's, I'm not going to X% more productive, meaning they can write more code, and that's not only what they do, but everything doesn't changed. Or do you think there's real changes afoot, and more than just our output will change, but the way we need to structure the teams, the size of the teams, the number of teams a particular manager has, things like that. I'm just curious or is it too early?
I think, so the few shifts in our organization that I can share certainly is one, for our new product, which is Auth for GenAI, we created a dedicated org which has a different process of rollout, different environment to work in, and that allows them to move faster. And that was important both for new product rollout, but also GenAI space, because they want to experiment with different technologies. And for our enterprise setup, we want to take more time. We want to, have more guardrails there. So they needed a different setup, especially if they are working with developers who are trying new technologies. They needed that space. So that's one change, which is a dedicated or different environment and setup. The other thing that also shifted is, a lot of time we see a lack of, you can say, internal productivity, or internal productivity becomes like just bring a code gen technology and that's it. But we created an internal productivity team dedicated to think about how can we leverage AI to embed improved tools, technologies, or setup across the engineering lifecycle or development lifecycle. So they are looking into how to have ticket automation, ticket closing, PR analysis, and many other things. So now they're dedicated to leverage AI to solve these kind of steps in our development day to day. So that's another change that we brought in. And then the third change we brought in was recognition. How do we bring recognition for AI specific? So we always had recognition for innovative ideas, or we had always recognition for someone who was 10x for something. But we added a dedicated recognition for AI space as well, hackathon as well, dedicated to AI. Those were the shifts that helped with a lot of adoption and effectiveness, but also inspiration and innovation. So those shifts certainly came. There are some other shifts that we are talking about. It has not come into fruition yet, which is strategic shift. What does it mean for our deployment in terms of AI space? Does it change how SaaS is getting deployed or used? What does it mean for us to now call what is identity and non-human identity and agentic identity? Is there a definition, or is it blurry? So there are some other strategic shifts that are coming, or we are seeing some glimpses of it. We will see how that goes. And then agentic experience is another thing that now we are trying to bring, so we will be hiring for that, which is developer experience has been a common thing that we hired for in past and looked for and had a roadmap for. Now agentic experience is that's where MCP fits in and everything. So we have rolled out our beta version of MCP as well, but that is another dedicated stream that we want to create, which is what does it mean to have agent experience looking forward.
Okay, that makes sense. And I think zooming out a little bit, is there a bet you're making as a CTO of Okta that you think people underestimate right now, that you say, no, you strongly believe and maybe the current is against you, you're swimming sort of upstream?
Well, the overall, I feel like even before agent, identity still is something that comes as an afterthought when I feel like, when I see examples of many customers that we work with and the issues or pain they go through, I feel like you should have thought about identity as first thought. And the second one is, personally, I find me as the only person talking about scale in too many rooms and talking about how agent behavior will shift many aspects of this. And just the enforcement of it. We talk about DDoS, we talk about fraud, but now 10x or 100x that. And now geo doesn't matter. I mean, there are many companies who have geo-based controls to say if any traffic comes from this geo, do this or that. that geo might not matter with agent space, or how do you regulate based on geo? So there's a lot of shifts that we will see where the boundaries or rules that we have created in current date, knowing humans, will be different once it's the agent that is taking the human's identity but doing things, same thing, but the agent is doing. Because an agent can run from anywhere, even though the user is in certain geo or time of the day. So the boundaries and rules are going to shift meaningfully, and I do feel that bet needs to be taken by us, taken by Datadog, taken by many key companies to come together. And we are partnering with many organizations on that.
Okay. I mean, I have to say personally, I find it, what I'm hearing from you is I'm filled with a mix of excitement for what is to come, a tinge of fear for, all these little things that are going to run around doing things. And I'm still, obviously very focused on trying to understand, okay, what can we do that's going to be where we have a sense of, we're able to understand or predict what's going to happen, right? Because I think what we've seen in, with probably 3 years of experimentation at this point, is that as we think of new ways to put guardrails, some clever folks and maybe at some point some clever agents figure out a way to work around the guardrails, just like, yeah. So it's an exciting job you have ahead of you.
And you, right? And I think the best part about this technology, which I love, and like you said, want to be cautious and worry and look forward to, is the fact that it can educate itself. How do you work with something that can learn and educate itself and do things differently? I think that will be the key part of the future worry, if you ask me. Everything else, yes, technology can figure out and solve and create guardrails and all that. But this is a technology that will learn.
Very cool. Bhavna, anything in closing that you want to share with the audience?
Well, one thing I think we discussed, which is when there's unknown, that's when the fear comes. So it's understandable that there's fear, scare, something might happen and all of that. But as leaders and as engineers, I would say it is our job to convert this unknown and fear aspect and educate our people who are working, who are not in technology space and maybe doesn't understand this space, and help them educate and see what the positive side of what this technology can do, how it can help, and how we can take care of this unknown part, control it maybe, and then open it slowly. So I do feel in this new world of AI agent space, technology engineers, builders, leaders have a very key space or key role to play, which is about, we can put it all in the term called leadership. I know leadership is usually associated with a higher title, but I think all of technology people has to play that leadership role of educating, embracing, but in the right way, in an educated and informed way. That is certainly a key role to play, because the answer is not to stay reluctant and stay away.
Okay, that's very encouraging. I mean, I'm actually curious, maybe a quick show of hands of folks who are using, experimenting, Gen AI, coding agents, various tools. Okay,
amazing.
so
this is a great group.
Yeah,
Love
it's a good part of the group. So, Bhavna, thank you very much. I very much look forward to talking to you hopefully next year to see how things have changed, what we will have collectively learned and what you'll have learned and be able to share with this group.
And I want to put a plug into many exciting rollouts Datadog shared yesterday, which is going to come in very handy for us in the journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhavna. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks so much.
So good afternoon, everyone. And we're coming to the home stretch here. And tonight's panel is about recruiting and growing high-performing engineering teams. We have two phenomenal Datadog guests. We have my colleague Ambra. She's our VP of Technical Recruiting. And Jeremy, our SVP of Engineering. And we're going to dive right in. And in prepping, we discussed a little bit how we kick this off. And one of the big questions that keeps coming up is, what role should current engineers play in the recruiting process? And I know you both have opinions, and I'll throw the ball over to you, Jeremy.
Yeah, happy to start. So I've always held the opinion that every engineer has a role to play in the growth of the company. So generally seeing some participation in the process, and that doesn't necessarily mean that everyone should interview. Not everyone is equally suited to interviewing, although I think everyone can be good at it with practice. Some people will contribute in other ways, but generally I see this as actually a baseline expectation for engineers to participate in the process.
And I'm sorry to interrupt. If we can maybe close the door a little bit, there's a little bit of background noise. Thank you. Now that's the engineering perspective, and Ambra, I know you have lots of thoughts. You run recruiting for us, technical recruiting.
Yes.
So what's your perspective on that?
I think my perspective is, I agree with Jeremy in that I do think the earlier the expectation is set that this is part of the role. Expectations, particularly when you're a growing company, I think that maybe looks a little bit different in companies that are more stagnant in their growth, or maybe growing just kind of at an incremental pace. Companies that are growing at 15, 20% year over year, headcount-wise, that becomes a much bigger challenge. That it's like the earlier you can rein it, the better. And I think my perspective on it is, I think it's important to make sure that you're monitoring and aware and understanding of contributions, and where there's maybe outsized contributions when it comes to interviewing. You'll find individuals who are doing a lion's share of the interviewing in a company, and then there's others that aren't maybe pulling their weight. As Jeremy said, it's tough to make it a mandatory thing when you have some people who just aren't good at it. You do not want them interviewing, actually. It's almost like a detractor, and maybe that's a growth opportunity for them, but let's not try that out on future employees. But then I also feel like it's important to understand who does it really well. And I think that's the thing we're at the size now at Datadog where I do feel like it's a lot more challenging to kind of wrangle the data with interviewing and outcomes and tying the good interviewers, and by good I mean accurate in their assessment to the outcomes. And so I would definitely recommend, I think, if I could go and do things differently and kind of build earlier on, I would want to have a better gauge of how we track and monitor and understand the contributions and the accuracy of those contributions. Because I do think that one of the ways that you do incentivize this work, other than saying it's part of your job expectations, or maybe it's part of the expectations of a certain level, and if someone wants to promote to this level, they should be contributing and interviewing. But I think another part of it is helping them understand, or getting the proper recognition around when people are really good at that, propping them up in ways that are helpful. Jeremy and I both also worked for another small, lesser-known company called Meta, and one of the things about interviewing there was that there was a lot of data around interviewing, and one of the things you were able to see through the internal tools and what was built was you could see the histogram, or you could see an interviewer's propensity to say yes versus no, and are they a harder interviewer, or are they a little bit of a softer interviewer? And so I think the more you can kind of understand the data around your interviewing, the better you can support the engineers who are participating in it.
I'll just add one thing. I agree with, of course, everything Amber said, but in the spirit of sort of seeing who's good at it, the process of shadowing and reverse shadowing for interviewer training, and the overall interviewer sort of training and preparation process, I think is really important. And having, in the shadow case, having a new interviewer actually observing an experienced interviewer performing an interview as generally a silent participant, and then the reverse, where a new interviewer is actually conducting the interview and they're being reverse shadowed by an experienced interviewer that can then give them feedback. And then putting some controls in this process where the reverse shadower actually has some say in, we don't do it this way at Datadog, but where the reverse shadower has some say in saying, yeah, this person is ready to go, they should step up to solo. We had something like that at Meta. I think that's a really good mechanism to build a quality cycle into the process. And then, of course, the data.
So as we go into the process of interviewing, I know we're always trying to look for different characteristics in great engineers. So if we want to balance things like technical assessments, behavioral questions, and also system design, how do we go about that?
I think you should answer that one first.
So lots of thoughts on this, and it's evolving, as I'm sure we're going to get to how interviewing is evolving in today's world with AI.
I have an AI question for you at the end. Yeah.
Good. We're gonna need that. There's always a balance to strike, right? We're trying to get enough signal to determine whether this individual is going to be successful in the company at Datadog, and that's both will they have an impact, and will they grow as individuals? And finding the right signal in a variety of different interview types is a challenging exercise. Behavioral questions are important, but are also extremely prone to bias, right? There's lots of ways for behavioral questions to just be influenced very dramatically by the attitude of or opinion or perspective of the interviewer. Comes back to data. To help control for that. So you have to take behavioral interviews with a measure of balance against all of the signal that's being acquired. So rather than having, although we do have this, rather than having exclusively behavioral interview types that are only looking for that signal, instead looking for behavioral signal across all interviews, all interview types, and asking interviewers, the kind of a little bit silly question of, would you want to work with this person? There's a lot of signal in that. Would you like to have this person on your team? Would you feel comfortable collaborating with them? There's a lot of signal in that. Again, lots of bias, but you ask every interviewer that question about a given candidate, and you can get a sort of triangulated view. On the technical side, design interviews have evolved a lot, right? Back not that long ago, when every design interview question that we all use in the industry wasn't just out there on the internet for you to go look up, study, practice. We could approach it in one way. These days, we have to assume that every design interview question that we use is generally pretty well known. There's actually some really great training out there that you can consult. But I find the design interviews specifically as a great sort of testing ground for dialogue with a candidate, right? The more senior the engineer, the more the more fruitful it can be, the more directions it can go. But this really does demand that the interviewer be practiced and experienced in sort of drawing out signal and just asking, like, how would you design this sort of whatever system. And sort of stopping when you get a diagram, that's pretty boring. There's not a lot of signal there. But an interviewer that can actually guide a candidate to go deeper in places and find out, okay, well, they bottom out kind of here in messaging systems. They can go deeper in databases. We talked about a bunch of language frameworks. They've got a breadth of experience there. That kind of signal is very rich and very, very useful to the overall process. But again, this demands high bars being set for the interviewers. So I think that we do a pretty good job at Datadog of balancing our interview sort of process across all of these different kinds of signals. But design is the one where I think there's the richest opportunity to collect signal.
The one thing I'd add into that is on the, talking about behavioral interviewing and the subjectivity of some of that. One of the things that I wouldn't undersell is the importance of some sort of debrief mechanism, whether it's live or whether it's asynchronously. This idea that interviewing is not always binary yes or no. It can sometimes be, unfortunately, too gray when you have a group of people that are sort of like meh, you know, in their interview feedback, which is probably signal that it's a no. But I think oftentimes there can be mixed signal, or there can be someone who picked up on something that would be maybe behaviorally not in alignment with the values of that particular company and organization. But then you kind of talk about it somehow, and you kind of shake out, okay, that was a one-off. No one else picked up on that. Or that's not, you know, that wasn't a consistent enough signal. And oftentimes I find debrief helpful in not necessarily convincing, but I think in some cases, I've been on interview panels myself where you're like, on my particular area that you asked me to focus on, I'm a no, but in the context of listening to all of the feedback, I actually am a yes, you know? And so I think that figuring out how to make sure that the interviewing isn't black and white is, I think, important in kind of wading through the balance of, you know, strong technically and weaker in some other areas, and when you can make that trade-off.
Yeah, just one point of opinion on debrief. I think I agree completely that it's a very valuable part of the process, but you have to be very careful that it doesn't induce a groupthink kind of approach or a result where, you know, the person that speaks first kind of forms an opinion for the group that then gets sort of just adopted by the rest of the participants. So rather you have to insist that everyone has a perspective. Yes, it can be, you know, adapted as they hear more signal from the other interviewers, but you just have to be careful that you don't end up with, you know, just whoever has maybe authority in the room ends up just making the decision.
Completely agree. I would also say, I think depending upon what your applicant tracking system is or tooling that you utilize for these kinds of things, and some companies haven't yet even adopted a tool, which is always scary for me as a recruiting leader. But nevertheless, many of these tools have, you know, an input way of putting feedback in, and usually it's designed this way, but I always recommend, you know, that everyone is not allowed to see any of the other feedback before they enter their own, because to Jeremy's point, like being able to form that independent opinion outside of any other influence is really, really important to make sure that you can hopefully own your decision and not be swayed otherwise. Yeah.
So then we discussed what the existing engineering team, what role it should play in the hiring process. We just talked about the balances. So let's assume day one, I start. We have a 30, 60, 90-day plan. But long term, for us to maintain a healthy organization with career opportunities and mentoring opportunities, how do we go about that, right? And we have two different paths usually. There's the IC path, or you can an individual contributor, or you can go into a managerial position. Like, how do we provide mentorship opportunities and growing opportunities in the company?
You want to start?
Sure, I'll weigh in on this. So for me as a recruiting leader, one of the things I am not necessarily responsible for, but I care quite a bit about, is retention. And you know, of course, attrition has a direct impact on the amount of work that my team has to do. It's also incredibly demoralizing to work in a company where you spend a lot of time, and this is thankfully not Datadog, but I do have peers and colleagues, and you know, I have worked in companies where that was not the story, where you kind of put a lot of work in, and you bring on individuals, and they're deeply unhappy, and they leave, you know, in a very short amount of time. And that's also very expensive for a company to, you know, spend a lot of energy and engineering hours interviewing and hiring people. So for me, one of the things that I often ask Alexi, our CTO, about, I often ask SVPs, our people team, is like, what is the level distribution in, you know, different offices and different locations on different teams? Because one of the things I've seen at various companies in my career is that when the composition of a team is like heavily senior or heavily junior, and there's not necessarily a good mix, what can happen is you can have two lopsided effects. You can have a bunch of really junior people who have no one to mentor them, and so therefore they don't feel like they have good career growth. Or you can have a lot of senior people who are hoping to grow themselves, and they're going around looking for people that they can mentor, and no one can because they're just surrounded by a bunch of peers. And then you also have, you know, senior people that want to have someone they can learn from as well, right? So one thing I will say is I do think trying to maintain a healthy level distribution, and I mean, there's probably percentages we could just throw out there, but I think it also just depends on the company. I think that's one of the things that we have tried to do and look at when we're doing headcount planning, to make sure that there is healthy growth and support and opportunities for the engineers in those locations. That's something that's like easy, not easy, but it's something very intentional that we can do or a company can do that doesn't require creating a mentorship program per se, right? It's not a formal, it's more providing an organic way for somebody to reach down and to reach up, because those people are just there. And when I think back on, when all of us think back on like times in our careers, I value those times when I felt like, man, I am the dumbest person in this room. This is great. I am learning a ton. And then I'm also learning a little bit and I'm seeing, oh man, there's some knowledge I can impart to somebody else. And that actually teaching people how to do things is also a way of growing yourself. So that's my 2 cents on that. But Jeremy, what's your take?
Yeah, you stole everything I was going to
Sorry.
say. Yeah, team composition, just to repeat, is exactly what I was going to say. Being intentional, excuse me, about how a team is composed so that, again, junior people have someone more senior to learn from, senior people have people more junior to guide and help develop, and then, again, just being very intentional about this. And this largely falls to engineering leadership management to ensure that this composition is maintained. And this is in a company that's growing like Datadog is actually generally relatively straightforward, because you can hire intentionally against the level composition target for a given team. And this happens actually quite naturally in our organization, such that engineering managers are looking to compose a team so that these opportunities are present, both sort of junior looking and senior looking. In more stable organizations, growth-wise, you have to sometimes make hard decisions and recompose teams so that you shift, hey, there's some sort of too much senior talent over here, we should redistribute it. And that does also occur at Datadog, even with the growth. There are parts that are growing faster than other parts. And the places where, that are more mature, more stable, we find, sort of a progressively growing body of senior talent, well, we'll intentionally redistribute it sometimes. And what mechanism that we actually have that we've formalized in the last 2 years is a mechanism for internal mobility, where we foster people moving between teams, encourage people to move between teams. So when we have an open position, it is open for someone internal to move into it, as well as being open for external candidates. And that helps us guide this sort of composition in a way that's more intentional. Yeah.
And so maintaining that culture, look, we've grown a lot, right? And how do you maintain a good engineering culture and also team cohesion as you grow the organization and step changes, literally like from 10 to 100 to 1,000, and we're well beyond that now. What are the things you do to maintain that culture that we have?
I can start on this one. So culture, I've for a long time sort of maintained that culture isn't a thing that you describe or declare, it's a thing that you demonstrate. So it's the behaviors that we as leaders, that the organization, the things that we do is what defines our culture, not the principles. And one thing you'll find at Datadog, unlike Meta, there aren't a lot of, at Meta, there's posters everywhere, right? Like you walk, just show of hands, who's been to a Meta Facebook campus? Not that many.
Not that many.
If you do, count the posters. There's a poster everywhere that says something cute about
Cute, is that what you said?
I said cute.
Yeah.
About some sort of inspirational thing. It's not like the kitten hanging from the wire.
Move fast, break things.
Move fast, break things. Yeah, that's the classic. And then it was move fast, break things with reliable, stable infrastructure. I'm not shitting you. That was actually what it turned into. But they're all over the place at Facebook, that are trying to say this is our culture. There are no posters at Datadog because we believe that the behaviors that we demonstrate, all of us, are what defines our culture and our mission, our vision. That all comes from the things that we do. So finding the examples that we can celebrate and culturally relevant examples of behaviors. This team did this thing really, sort of delivered with quality on the kind of timeline that we wanted. They made the customer really happy. That's That's important to us as a company, that we make our customers happy, so we celebrate those things. We give people airtime in our all hands. We let them talk about their experience. And then finding the right mechanisms to discourage the behaviors that we don't want to see. We see someone is being a jerk, right? They're not, being collaborative. Well, we have the mechanisms in place to provide the feedback to counsel people away from the behaviors that aren't respectful of our culture. And one more thing, and I'll give it to Ambra. This is, I don't know if this is controversial, but it's certainly a perspective that we have at Datadog, is that we are an office-first company. We are office-first and remote-friendly. We have lots of remote employees. We strive to give them, the best experience that we can. And I think we might come back to team composition or location composition. But a lot of the culture actually comes from the shoulder-to-shoulder work, and we think that, and this comes directly from Olivier and from Alexi, people in the same office collaborating on a day-to-day basis, we think a lot of our sort of cultural strength comes from that. And we have, post-COVID pandemic, that induced a forced distribution in our workforce. We've now come back to a much more in-office centric approach, again, with lots of remote people. And I think that has given us a sort of a solid grounding in our cultural expectations.
Yeah, only thing I would add on to that is doubling down on the sort of like dealing with the detractors, detractor of whatever it is that you're trying to maintain in terms of expectations in the company. I think dealing with that, early and often is really important, because it sort of becomes that, I don't know, that like the groupthink, or not, groupthink isn't the right word, but like the cultural expectations of a group of people don't necessarily have to be spelled out in like writing or slogans. It can also just be how people are held accountable and hold each other accountable to what's okay and what's not okay. And, I've worked in companies where, it was absolutely acceptable and it was okay to, go at it with somebody in a very aggressive way in a meeting, or, call somebody out publicly, or, stand in front of the CEO and say, I really don't like this company, and, kind of be maybe a little bit less charitable in those interactions. And that was almost supported and it was okay. But I think at Datadog, what I've really appreciated is that sometimes the collective deals with some of those issues without having, to intervene on a major level, because it just becomes socially unacceptable to act that way, right? Because that is the culture that's been pervasive, and you have, the people who are the longer term, employees that kind of uphold that, and then you also hire that in, right? And you make sure that you try to hire in the right people that will come in and enhance the company, and not necessarily bring the bad. You want people to bring the good stuff from other places, but not the bad stuff from other places.
Mm-hmm. And I want to double click a little bit on the comparison of a stable organization versus a growing organization. Now, as Datadog, we have our HQ here in New York. We have a huge presence in Paris. We're in San Francisco, but we're also in Amsterdam and Lisbon. So as we've opened up these new offices, and as we intend to open up new presences, who's hire one in these locations? How do we go about it? Somebody needs to start there.
Yes, someone does. I think this is interesting. I will say, I think this is I'll be candid, I think this is something we're finding our way through at Datadog. We have a very good presence in Paris, and some of our other EMEA locations it feels like we've kind of grown in the right ways there. I think what's tough is going into a new location and figuring out how to do that the right way. I've seen some locations not seem to do as well from when we're asking about those health questions, and where it doesn't feel like it's totally made up in the right ways. But then I also have seen us do things like, sending people internally to go and be someplace as like a plant, to go and not necessarily move there permanently, but can you kind of open this office? Another thing we've done is we've tried to have site leaders in all of our locations, which is to take an engineering leader that's fairly senior, ideally maybe the most senior, but not necessarily always the most senior in that particular office, but somebody who is kind of in addition to their engineering responsibilities, has oversight of, all of the other things that come under trying to get an office off the ground and helping think about space and seating and, marketing and, not saying that all of that is their responsibility, but somebody has to think about that, and it's very easy to run a million miles and be in headquarters and just be like, come on, hire, grow, like what's going on? Like, let's make it happen. And, there are real people on the other end of this that are like, hey, you guys hired me in this office and I'm sitting here and nobody on my team is here. This is weird. So it's like really thinking about the dynamics of what it will feel like to work in that office, and will they have camaraderie? Will they have peers? Will they have people they can learn from? Anyway, all of those things.
Yeah, exactly. The site lead role is really important, because the person that is there in, let's say, Lisbon or Madrid, that can hear about the experiences that individuals are having, and help give feedback so that we can sort of tune the process, tune the composition of teams to offset, the solo person on a team in a location not having a good experience. Well, how do we fix that? Popping up a level, my philosophy, right? At Datadog, we have 2 engineering hubs, New York and Paris, and then we have only Madrid and Lisbon in Europe, and Tel Aviv in the Middle East, and Boston and Denver in the US. Those are our only official engineering sites. We have engineers in co-working locations and other places. In our engineering sites, we have very explicit growth plans to achieve a sort of a threshold minimum that we collectively believe is a sustainable minimum. And that demands that we have a diversity of projects, a diversity of kinds of skill sets represented, appropriate composition in terms of level. And that sort of rich balance across all of those different dimensions is really, I think, what it takes to build a sustainable site. I have unfortunately had the experience of seeing sites at bigger companies, Google, fail, because even at a big company like that, because the site didn't have strong enough leadership and it didn't have enough diversity of project work in the location to sustain it when one of the sort of key flagship projects pulled out of the location, it wasn't sustainable. So I'm very committed to ensuring that we don't suffer from that failure mode at Datadog, but it does come from very intentional plans for how we build a new location. And that's why there are fairly few.
Yeah, I think satellite office as a term is like something to avoid. If it feels like a satellite office, the sustainability of it is tough. And like you said, that's where you see locations fail, because there's nothing that's rooted in those people being there other than working on something that's based someplace else, and they will always feel like second-class citizens. They'll always feel like a second thought. Whereas we've really tried to think about, okay, can there be certain teams that are housed out of this location so that the work feels, they get the same experience of if you were at headquarters. You don't feel like you're at a satellite office.
Yeah. And it's actually really hard, because when I was at Google, I was in New York, giant site, right, thousands of employees, and it still felt like a satellite, right? Like Mountain View was headquarters. Yeah. So I was a director at Google. I had to go to Mountain View to feel relevant every 6 weeks, even though Google New York was massive. So this doesn't just sort of stop at some sort of scale. It's about how the norms are set in the organization.
So then we covered a lot of ground. We talked about locations, different team situations, and I'd like to get a little bit more tactical and talk about code quality as you grow and as you scale. It seems very tactical, but very important. We launched a lot of products yesterday. We announced them, and they all work. How do we maintain code quality as we grow?
So I do worry about code quality, but I worry more about sort of design integrity than I do about code quality as a first order thing. And I think that establishing a sort of cultural foundation around review and critical review among peers is really important. So at Datadog, we have an RFC process where any sort of materially sort of consequential design work is written by an engineer and then is taken through a review process by a shepherd, someone that is maybe in the same team, maybe outside the team, but is at least a staff level engineer that actually shepherds that RFC through a review process. And that ensures that there are a diversity of perspectives, a diversity of viewpoints applied to a given piece of design work. And I think that this has scaled very well for us, and it doesn't break when you get to some sort of arbitrary sort of threshold of organization size. That's worked very well for us. The other dimension of this is we have a very robust culture of testing at all levels, from unit tests through yes, integration tests, but all the way through so-called game days, right, where we will artificially break big chunks of Datadog and validate the degradation behavior of the system, the recovery mechanisms, the overall incident response process. So that culture of ensuring end-to-end quality through both review and through test, I think is really what makes it work for us.
And then you mentioned it at the very beginning. We can't have this panel without talking about AI in the recruiting process.
Yeah,
seems
this
like
is
you have
a
a
fun
answer
one.
ready.
Oh man, I gotta say, this is like.
I'm not actually real.
Yeah, we are deep fakes. No, I think this is like the hot topic among all of my peers and colleagues in recruiting across many companies, which is, how are y'all handling this? Like, what are you doing? And it's, I mean, a couple weeks ago, Jeremy, you and I were slacking about a situation, and you were like, what is going on? Because it really...
Those weren't actually the words
Those
that
were
you
not
used?
the words. I was being politically correct.
I used different words.
But you know what we're seeing is it's like a bizarre full circle moment where now all of a sudden we're recognizing that like there's a lot of value in being in person again for different things, and part of that is because our ability to understand whether or not what we're assessing is actually, like that the individual is actually truly, number one, who they say they are. That's a big issue. The number of fake candidates are on the rise. The number of candidates who are who just don't exist at all, but also ones who are, they are who they say they are, but they're utilizing other people or other assistants to interview in the process. That's on the rise as well. And then you have also AI at everyone's disposal, and it's sort of this idea of like, is this a current we fight? Or do we try to figure out, if it's going to be a part of how people are going to be, performing in their jobs, then we probably need to figure out ways to assess this better and not fight the current. But I think a lot of companies haven't figured that out yet. Like, we haven't figured that out yet. It's on our roadmap, at least on my team, of like figuring out how do we integrate AI into our interviewing from an assessment perspective. And I know a lot of companies are trying to do that as well. But then we're also looking at how we utilize AI in our actual understanding of our talent pool, how we use it in understanding scorecards and things like that, right? Like, is there a place where we maybe can replace debriefing for, utilizing AI to at least give us some of the themes and the summaries and the proclivities, of like when we interview people in this way, they tend to be a hire, like those kinds of things. Those are some of the things we're looking at. But I think for us, one of the immediate things is ensuring that we're keeping some of the integrity in the process. And I'm happy to speak to some of the ways we're doing that, but like that is a big topic. Is how do we just ensure that we're actually hiring people who are legally able to be employed by our company, as a starting place, and also people who can actually do the job they're being hired to do.
Yeah, and that's the difficult transition that we're going through, right? Is that we're still assessing candidates and against a set of expectations that is evolving very rapidly as AI kind of grows in our tooling, in our products. So we're still looking at AI as a way for candidates to cheat. And what we need to do is figure out how to stop the modality of candidates cheating with AI and move to the world of candidates using AI in a way that's reflective of the job that they're going to do. But we don't know that yet. Right, fully. Although we are using lots of AI tooling, we can't yet sort of effectively assess how good is this candidate at using AI tooling the way we expect that they are going to need to, because we don't know what that is yet. Now, we're learning really, really fast, but right now our answer is, okay, let's at least ensure that we're getting high integrity signal and not sort of trusting that candidates are who they say they are and that they can do what they say they can do as a baseline. But we need to evolve from there.
So we're coming to an end here, but I do want to leave some time for questions from the audience. We have 2 microphones standing here, so if you have something that's on your mind, then please come up and ask your questions. To close, we talked a lot about hiring, engagement and scaling teams. Amber, what do we do to, you mentioned retention as one important thing for you. How do we retain people as we're growing this quickly?
We were having this conversation over in the room about this, and there's no perfect solution on this. I think the thing that we all said and agreed on, and I see there's a question, so I'll make it quick, was really, if we're not talking about monetary, because my first answer would be money, right? RSUs, spot bonus, that always plays very well, right? But I think if we're talking outside of those mechanisms, putting your best people on your toughest problems is a great, sort of reward system and structure. When it's done well, that has its own pitfalls as well. But that is one thing that I think I try to do on my team. On my organization, my team. I know we try to do that in engineering, where we pluck people out of something to go work on something super special. And I think that can keep people feeling motivated and excited, because you got to go back to zero. I've never done this before. I'm learning something new. And I know for me, that always buys me time, and my longevity is if I'm doing something new. So.
Yeah, I won't add because we have some questions in the room. So,
please go ahead.
Cool, thank you. When interacting with engineering teams from acquired companies, what steps do you take to address culture shock? Also, how do you approach or navigate egos or emotions respectfully in a given onboarding timeline?
That's a good one for you.
Yeah. So I have lots of thoughts about this, but I'll sort of give you the one thing that I think that we've found most effective, and that is embedding experienced engineers in the acquired team. So yes, that team is going to plug in, an acquisition is going to plug into the organization somewhere, but that isn't enough. So actually finding experienced people from anywhere in the organization to actually send, and not as on assignment, temporary, but actually, no, now this is your full-time job, you're there, this is where you're going to be for the foreseeable future. And that gives us a mechanism to mediate. It's not one way, right? It's not just that person is there to just sort of force the Datadog way, but it's also to listen and learn and bring back what they're hearing. And we have multiple examples of when this has worked, and the cases when we haven't done it, we've struggled for exactly this reason. So that's the key thing that I think we've found success with.
Thank you.
If you don't mind, I'm going to switch quickly over there.
Sure. So can you share some qualities or signals? Ooh, embarrassing. Can you share some qualities or signals you've found to be correlated with great engineering talent? Particularly things that you can find kind of early on, during the interview stage?
I have one that I always go to, and that's curiosity. So seeing candidates at any level, in any role, that are curious, right? That are exploring, that may know the things about more than the thing, but know the surrounding context, have demonstrated that they are interested in why something works the way it does, why it is designed the way it is. I find that a really good indicator of long-term success. It's not sufficient, but I think it's probably
I think that's
necessary.
relevant for so many things. Yeah, in hiring, somebody will go a step farther.
All right, thank you.
We have time for one more, and I promise you we can ask.
I was going to say we can answer after.
Please.
First, thank you for taking the time to share your experience with this. Not to beat the AI horse to death too much, but I wanted to jump back just a little bit to its role in interviews. And as an engineer who conducts technical interviews, I've come across some candidates who will show up and they will explicitly ask, like, "Hey, can I use generative AI tools in the context of this interview?" And with the org that I work with, sometimes there isn't really a directive as to whether or not that should be acceptable or not. And since it's still a minority of the candidates that come across my path, I'm sort of still figuring out how to best approach those candidates and provide an answer to them that is fair and consistent across interviews, but is reflective of an actual work environment.
So right now, our default is no. So just because we don't know how to normalize, right? We don't know how to set a reasonable, sort of fair playing field. So we just say no AI. And that doesn't always work because there's lots of ways to get around, then if you discover you told the candidate no and they did anyway, well, that's a pretty easy decline, right? Unfortunately. So right now we're baselining on no. We know that isn't enough. That is dramatically insufficient for the world that we're heading to, but it's the only fair thing we can do right now.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Ambra, Jeremy, thank you so much.
Cheers, thank
and
you.
I think you're going to be available for questions
Sure,
right after
yeah.
this panel here.
Unfortunately,
So
I'm not, but...
I can be, but
Ambra,
you might not want
thank
to.
you, everyone.
Thanks.
Okay, good afternoon again, one more time for the last time today. And we have our final panel for tonight. It's Navigating Risk, a CISO to CISO conversation about balancing velocity and security. And the two CISOs here are, first off, my colleague, Emilio Escobar. He's the CISO of Datadog. And then JJ Aga, the CISO of FanDuel. Please join me in welcoming them on stage. Take it away.
Thank you. All right, so we're keeping you from beers and dinner, so we'll be hopefully very effective, unlike what a CISO is. So I think we're just going to do a different format of it. So first of all, thanks for being here, and especially from a Datadog standpoint, thank you for your partnership and spending some 2 days with us. Hope you've enjoyed it. Thank you, JJ, for being with us as well, and your partnership as well. We're going to do a little bit of a back and forth questions. I think it will be fun. And like Lars mentioned, is how do we balance velocity with managing risk, which seems to be a big challenge that most organizations go through. So we'll have time at the end for Q&A. So I expect a flood of people just asking us questions. But we'll get started. So for those of you, right, like I'm sure FanDuel is known, right? But just making sure it's people are aware. It's you guys run at an intersection of finance, entertainment, and regulation. Kind of similar, I would imagine, what a casino goes through as well. While you're trying to be a tech-forward company and maintaining a fast-paced environment, how do you describe the business today, and how does that influence the way you run security?
Yeah, I think as part of thank you, everyone, for spending your last few minutes with us on Datadog. But I think when you take a step back about FanDuel and you really kind of zoom out what we are, it's what I tell kind of the recruits and people that I'm selling kind of, hey, come work for us. I look at FanDuel as a fintech first. You know, we have a player account management system. We're processing billions of dollars a day. We interact with multiple different first party and third parties of what this looks like. And then we're also a market maker. So, you know, similar to the stock market, we have about 500 plus data scientists that are coming up with lines. And these models are being updated per second because LeBron James scored one basket. So the line has shifted. And each time you're going to go create a bet, it's just a query back to a data that is just coming up with a new data set. So there's kind of this data science piece of a company. And so I tell people we're a fintech and a data company wrapped by a sports entertainment. What we deliver is sports entertainment, but at the crux of it, we have to protect the KYC flows. We have to protect the payments. We have to protect, you know, your trust and the amount of information you give to us.
Yeah, I didn't think about the data aspect of it, and you're right. Like every live play sort of influences that. I was gonna make a joke about LeBron scoring, but LeBron Jr. not scoring. But maybe
as a Knicks fan, this finals are a little.
Well, I do live in LA, but I'm not a Lakers fan. But I do appreciate the fact that they're two often got to on the same team. I don't know how that happened. So one thing that you've said before is security should help teams move faster, which might be a surprise for some people, right? And I think historically security has that reputation, and in some cases I would say rightfully so, of being the slowdowns of a company. What does that look like in practice for you, like helping teams move faster?
Yeah, so I have a few FanDuelers here, so they probably see this in practice each and every day. But I think for me, it's important that when you think about security, you have to be empathetic to who you're supporting. You have to understand your stakeholders, and so security has to be, you know, if you're supporting engineers, you have to be engineering focused. And so from a practice perspective, it's having very clear KPIs. And so within our cloud platform teams or our software security teams, we have very clear KPIs about what it means for developer velocity. So we leverage what our engineering teams are looking at from, you know, the time it takes to release a new product, a new feature, the time it takes to kind of go through a security review. And that at least holds us accountable, because we can't put the tax burden of security onto our developers without holding ourselves accountable. So it's about being data driven, and it's about having those views of the KPIs. And the other piece is just working across all your engineering leaders. You know, if they feel, you know, you could have all the best KPIs in the world, but if we're not bringing in security in the early conversations, then it becomes, you know, a bit of an afterthought, and it's the 110-100 rule, you know, in my view, where, you know, an ounce of a prevention is a pound of cure when it comes to security. So the earlier we can at least have conversations or the thought of, hey, how do we think about this, the easier it is when we come to the table and say, this is how we're going to go build security for you.
Yeah. Yeah, and you mentioned something that I actually also see it as a sort of a shift in the industry, which is normally the CISO role historically has been more of an audit background. And in some industries, maybe that's where it makes sense, right? If they're heavily regulated and things like that. But in your world and Datadog's world as well is where you have a good blend of heavy engineering DNA, but you have a regulatory thing to be concerned with. We have customers to be concerned with. That partnership with engineering becoming closer and closer that you just mentioned, you've taken that further, I think. And so can you explain how collaboration looks like for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a constant conversation I think you'll see CISOs have. It's like, I report to the CFO, I report to the CIO, CTO, the board, et cetera. I think at the end of the day, you still have to partner with, if you're part of a tech company, you have to partner with the engineering teams. And kind of the ways to do that within FanDuel, we report up to the CTO. And so at the end of the day, I look at myself as a risk leader that just so happens to use security and technology to essentially reduce risk, right? And reducing risk looks completely different. But in the past, I think what we're seeing this arc of not just an audit background CISO, you're seeing CISOs take on IT or platform engineering or SRE, similar to Datadog. I think that journey of if you know how to secure your SaaS solutions, if you know how to secure a cloud, the next step is, well, actually just manage it for me, right? And embed that. And I think where you're seeing this kind of shift left conversation, which has been going on for close to 10 years now, right. That's the piece where we can actually get more out of the security team, where it's not just let me help make sure we have security standards and we have baselines. It's I'm actually going to go build it into the process. And there's conversations of, well, if you're going to go build it, why don't you just go manage that? Right. And I think for us at FanDuel, it's been great where when I joined, I took on the IT team. And that really was a shift to say, no, I'm going to go help embed security into our IT. So each step, each kind of access that gets granted, each kind of data that gets produced, at least has a touch of security as part of our IT solutions that we're giving. I think one thing that keeps me, and actually Leanne's over here, but like the SRE aspect of it has been, kind of the site reliability. Reliability is kind of in that intersection of security. But what does site reliability look like for Datadog? Because now it's moved under the CISO organization for you.
Yeah. So, but also similarly to you, the IT reports up to me, and embedding security into IT has another value, which is not often talked about, and is the experience aspect of IT. Yep. A lot of times when I see security teams sort of define the controls in an IT standpoint, they're not the ones getting the tickets from the users who now can't do their day-to-day job, and they're like, well, that's an IT problem. So having IT security in IT also creates that, hey, we want to build more secure, but now we're also worried about what the experience is, because otherwise we're the ones handling the tickets ourselves. So for SRE, it was it's fairly recent for us, but SRE at Datadog looks like it's a team that they're not the ones owning SRE for the product engineering groups, right? We help hire SRE engineers into some of these teams if there's a need for a full-time SRE person there. But mostly is teaching the teams for what are the reliability things, what is the monitoring. We're a monitoring company, and we have to talk to teams about monitoring, right? There's an irony there, but it's what are the right SLOs? How do you define it? Do we have the right monitors? Is the alerting done? So all the things that our platform supports is working now internally with the teams to make sure that, hey, you're moving at 1,000 miles an hour, just like security, similar, right? Let's make sure that you're not forgetting about these things. They own the incident management process. Doesn't mean they're the incident commander, but they do define what an incident management process is. They train we have a rotation of incident commanders. So I think it's about, 300-400 engineers at this point. And they own the training of it. So when we saw what that team was doing, what they were concerned about, it was very similar what security is doing. Availability is one of the triads or part of the triad of security. It's how do we actually make us more resilient rather than just uptime and just security. But then a layer deeper to that, right? It's up-leveled our security incident response tenfold by being close to the team that deals with way more things, because I'm sure every company does. There are a lot more reliability things that happen than security things happen, knock on wood. So they're so good at dealing with these issues, while security was in the Stone ages where like everything was private, everything was siloed. So we've opened it up internally to the point where when we create a security investigation, not everything's an incident, but we do call incident because that's the incident management app that we use. It's any engineer can help, provide context, but even on owning that, defining what an incident commander is has helped us tremendously on the security side. And then lastly, I would say, if you look at chaos engineering, which is something that SRE does at Datadog, it's not that dissimilar from what a pen tester does or what a red teamer does, right? At the end of the day, we're testing for failure. It's just from a different perspective. So we're working on this. These teams have been working on unifying, and I think it's working out pretty great. But it also boosted our collaboration with engineering, as you said, right? Is this team has been working embedded with engineering for so long. Now we use that as a bridge for certain parts of the organization that maybe we didn't have a way in.
Yeah, man, that's a great point. I think when I first joined FanDuel, I jumped immediately on the incident rotation because I'm not just going to focus on what is the security incident. I want to focus on the entire stack. So the more that I understand the business context, how these applications work, the better I am at responding to the security incidents.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and when we've had issues, I get involved, even if they're not security issues as well. It's I can help with what I can. And seeing how we recover as a company from, say, an outage or what have you only helps us be better at responding on the security side.
Pick a role applies well, regardless of the incident.
Exactly, yeah. So one thing that is always a term used very freely in security is acceptable risk, which some teams struggle to really understand what that is, right? Because it's not like we go to a CEO and it's like, what do you think acceptable risk is? And there's like, oh, it's a point in, this point here.
Don't give me a breach. Got
it. What does that mean in a fast-growing company, high-growth company like FanDuel?
I think with FanDuel is actually pretty interesting. When I joined, I would say that we're actually a little bit on the more risk-adverse side than I am. And I tell everyone, I actually like a lot of the risk, and I'm comfortable dealing with that. There's two people who just joined from FanDuel, but they see me push risk a lot in there because I think it's important on keeping the velocity there. And I think that goes back to probably some of the advice that we'll give to some of the upcoming CISOs here is you have to understand where the business is going, and you have to understand the language that the business speaks. And so within FanDuel, we deal with liability constantly, right? We're going to take $10 billion worth of bets. We could actually lose $20 billion if they go all the wrong way. And so the conversation, the language that the business spoke was liability and risk. And it was my job to kind of translate what is cyber risk to the language that they speak. And we in security, we also talk about Monte Carlo simulation, about fair methodology. And it's actually, we use Monte Carlo simulation to do our data science work to create what are essentially our lines. And so those languages actually made my life much easier to talk about, well, this is our KRI, or this is the actual key performance indicator of this capability that we're going to have. But at the end of the day, the secret sauce was just speak the executive language, and you have to just figure out what that looks like. And for me, they just so happen to deal with liability and risk constantly. But once you're able to kind of translate that to the business outcomes, right? They don't want to see risk as a standalone piece. Oh, great. That means nothing to me. I could fall off my bike, yes.
Yeah.
But if I fall off my bike and I can't do Y with the business, that's when they care about it. And so you have to then not just speak the language, but connect it back to what are the business outcomes, and that has been kind of the biggest thing. There's a point of you have to connect to risk, to what matters most. There's risk everywhere. We wake up, there's risk. You got to brush your teeth. You could poke the back of your throat. All of it, risk exists constantly, but you need to pick and talk about the right risk at the right time, and then connect it back to the business outcomes that you want to drive.
Right. Yeah. Basically, what their business cares about. Right. Yeah. And it doesn't have to be necessarily a mature set of metrics. It's just understanding the tone of the organization.
Yeah, it's a conversation.
Right.
Like
Yep.
if you have a conversation with the executive and they go, "Oh, you actually understand where the business is going," it doesn't matter what you. Well, it does matter what you present to the board, but it will just resonate much better because they go, "All right, this person understands how the business operates."
Yep.
But if I'm not having that conversation and I have 100 numbers on the board, and they go, "Well, is red good or bad? Is numbers going up, numbers are going down?" and it's not connected to the business, it's just going to fall into deaf ears.
Yep.
And so it's a great point. Like it's just if you can't have a very simple understanding of what the risk is, you're going to lose the group very quickly.
Yeah. So switching gears a little bit, and this wouldn't be a CISO conversation unless we spoke about AI. So we're seeing more developer tools, right, enter the engineering workflows. For those of you who attended our keynote yesterday, right, like it was a lot of AI involved. We had Cursor speaking. I know at FanDuel, you guys have adopted tools like Cursor and Lovable. How are you approaching that, and what's been your involvement in getting those things in?
So someone's staring at me because he's probably a little bit not happy with how fast I've been pushing it internally here. But I think as part of that velocity conversation, looking at Lovable, looking at Cursor, AI has already been here. We have GitHub Copilot, and so for us, my view, if just taking a step back, of AI-generated code, vibe coding, there's a point where we're going to talk about how do we get Cursor or Windsurf connected into my CI/CD pipelines. And so for right now, I think for me, it's like I brought it in. I was the one kind of jumping down my third-party due diligence process, my third-party risk management, telling legal, we'll accept any risk, like just push this through. And the idea was about prototyping and ideation about what product could be. And that will then help at least the developers orient what does a good product requirements document look like? What are the tech specs to actually achieve this? And I think that will help shortcut and reduce the time to unpack or the time to actually think about what does the product should look like. Because a lot of it's a little bit fluffy. Like we could do this, but what does it actually look like? And so I think starting from the end state and working backwards has helped kind of that idea about the idea of like what is the art of the possible? And I think that's really important of a fast-growing and a tech-enabled company is that we have to constantly think about the opportunities, the art of what is the possible. But yeah, because of our hackathon, which we just wrapped up today, about a month ago, I was like, we're moving way too slow on our AI adoption and our enablement. And so I just was steamrolling Versal and every single AI product through. And I think if you look at the risk, to me, I essentially equated it to if we don't have the basic security controls to support linting and SCA and vulnerability management, then yes, AI is 100% going to be introduced risk. But it's like the same issues of copying from Stack Overflow or going to Reddit and taking a code snippet. All that AI is doing, or these prompts are essentially, the ideation and iteration is just a much faster pace of taking a thought and putting it into your production estate. 100% that can be very fast, but if you don't have the basic blocking and tackling, AI just highlights the pain points that you're really dealing with, each and every day. But what does AI adoption look like for you?
So similar to you, I think if my team is here, they'll be the witness of me saying we're too slow at adopting it, and I keep repeating that because I don't like complacency. Similar, I had to go to the procurement team, the legal team, even the group that does the vendor reviews under my work, of like, we need to adopt this thing. So one of the things that Olivia says is if we're not using AI, we can quickly turn into a medieval times type of company. And going back to understanding the tone and the risk of the company, not using AI is a risk for a product company like ours, right? If we have been slow about adopting this thing, some of the announcements that we made yesterday would have not been a thing, which would have been a detriment because this is exactly what our customers are asking us for. So yes, I'd happen to have actually had connections with the CEO of Cursor already way before we started adopting it. So it was an easy email to them and say, hey, I want to bring you guys in. The developers are asking for it, and talk about signing a deal for 200 licenses and then next day being like 2,000 licenses. But I think it's needed, right? And then it was building a framework for building AI products. So a guidance to our product teams, engineering teams for like, okay, these are the things that we probably don't want to do with AI. These are the things that we want to do with AI. And then internally is making sure that developers have access to the tool. So it started with Cursor, similar to you, then Cloud Code and Windsurf, and you name it, is if we're not testing these things, we know our customers are, so it will be a failure on our side to not be able to find ways to solve their problems to these things, right? So the MCP server and all these things that we announced yesterday would have been nowhere near it. So it does introduce risk, but I thought that the risk of not doing anything about it was larger than the risk it introduces. So we've had teams that have created their own Cursor files to like, hey, you're prompting Cursor to make sure that they're acting like a security engineer to make sure that he's writing secure code or reviewing the security for the code. So we've gotten pretty creative with some of these things that we do to minimize some of the risk as well that is coming through it.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. The risk of not taking advantage of the productivity, to me, outweighs the cyber risk that would be introduced from it. Yeah, so it's definitely an interesting point at this inflection point of where we're at.
Yeah. So we'll see what's next. It's just crazy to think how fast this thing is moving.
Yeah. I think that there's also, there's the human element, right, of AI, and there's a point where, for me, I think it's also a retention piece, right? It's similar, like, oh, you're going to get 10%, you could go kind of do whatever you're doing and kind of experiment. I think we have to. They're used to, they want to use these new tools. They're using it at their home.
Right.
I need to kind of give them that playground and sandbox where do it within the business without hurting yourself. And then there's the naysayers of, am I going to be replaced? And I think there's a point where my response is, if you're not using AI, yes, you probably will be replaced, but it's not going to be because AI.
Yeah.
You're going to be replaced because you're not using it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And the best way to adopt technology internally and get people to use it is by using it yourself and demonstrating some examples of what you've done. So I'm the CISO of the company, and I wrote a very basic Datadog API MCP just to demonstrate that you can do it. And eventually, a couple of engineers took it and obviously built something way better than I could have. But that's something that I think sometimes we have to do. But talking about being part of the developer workflow, where now security is not an afterthought. It's part of how you guys build features and new products. How are some of the ways that you've made that shift?
I mean, it's getting into the pipeline, and it's easier said than done. And I think one of the biggest things, like as a developer, you have a deadline. And you have your product counterpart, you have your UX, you have to hit this regulatory date, you have to ship this product. And the last thing they want to worry about is, oh my God, I have a security requirement, or I have to pass all these security checks through it. And so I look at it from hierarchy of needs. Can I ship my code? Is my code running? Am I passing the right tests? Great. Now, for security, we have to bring that context to them during their process. And the last thing I want to do is when they're ready, they're tested in QA, and great, now you're going to ship it into production, and I'm scanning their infrastructure, and I'm scanning, using SemGrep, I'm checking their dependencies, I'm checking and linting for different vulnerabilities and telling them all these things that you have forgotten about are vulnerable and you can't ship your code. That is the fastest way to piss off every single developer, your technology, your product, and CEO team. So for me, it's really about picking the right place and trying to bring security tooling as close to the ideation, as close to when they are typing and writing in their code. So whether it's their IDE, whether it's pre-commit hooks, it is just getting as close to the developer workflow as possible. And to the point of the KPIs, like I could add 100 different checks, but now if I have to take an image and scan an image and make sure it's secure, but I'm going to slow down a release, then that's not fair to the product end because they're paying for that. So it's kind of that you have to kind of balance it off with the KPIs to make sure that we're not slowing down. And one of the big KPIs that I have is that I want to increase our security checks without decreasing developer velocity. And if I could pin that, then that gets me that variable rate that I'm very happy about, with obviously not increasing false positives and staying true to the true positives. But it's really about contextualizing it and getting close to the developer workflow so that they go, oh, great, I'm writing, I want to pull down this, import this module. Oh, it's vulnerable, great. I'm going to move off to the next one. Right. I think you have these new companies, like, not new companies, but like ChainGuard and these secure images, which are going to 100% speed up the developer velocity. And just very eager of what that looks like for us kind of moving forward.
Yeah, no, exactly. And also, the one thing I would add is security shouldn't look the same everywhere.
Yep.
So yeah, maybe there is a component of your platform where this one critical vulnerability needs to be addressed, and there are other parts where, yeah, it can wait to the next release or the next sprint or whatever, or not everything is equally critical, right?
Reachability is a funny conversation I have constantly with auditors.
Yeah.
Where they go look at my vulnerability report, they go, oh, that's all vulnerable. I'm like, it is. There's no way. A, we're not using that function. B, you can't even hit it from anywhere on the internet. So sure. And I think to your point, like that risk, it's different to the different products.
Yeah.
You know, if I'm doing it for my payments process or something that's regulated, clean bill of health, regardless of what it is.
Yeah.
But there's some areas where you can do those trade-offs for speed, and that's well worth it.
Yeah. You also oftentimes mention how your team thinks of security as a product. You unpack that for us?
Yeah. I mean, I think we're all mini CEOs, right? Whatever we do, whether you're a DNR, detection and response engineer, cloud security, infrastructure, you essentially are running your own business or providing services to the company, right? So I'm the mini CEO of a security MSSP within FanDuel. And if people don't like my services, guess what? I'm out of a job. And so that's really, I think, the point of thinking about security as a product. You know, I have to deliver the best service and the best product for my team, my CEO, my engineers, my developers. And if I'm not delivering that, then guess what? They're going to go, security stinks, and then it's a you know, that cycle and that feedback loop that I think it's really hard to come out of it. And so when you're thinking about security as a product, you're then going to be looking at your deliverables differently, and it's not just be compliant, right? The product isn't being compliant. The product is about how am I increasing speed and reducing risk for the business, and by having that mindset shift about I'm delivering a product to the business, and that it's not about the cost center, it's not about hitting compliance. That then shifts from the top to the rest of my engineers, the rest of my developers, and they're less about, are we doing this to be compliant, or are we doing this for the right reasons for security? And I think that's been the biggest piece of it for us. Like when we're building, we sometimes we don't do a good job of it, right? But we build a linter, we build checkoff, and we're checking our infrastructure as code. We have to be the one actually testing it and running it against ourselves and dog food that aspect. And if we're not dog fooding it, then we're going to be in a very slippery slope where we can't test our own products and say, all right, like I hear your issues with our pipelines and our checks, but let me actually use it. I think that's the biggest piece also when you're thinking about security as a product. You can't just throw things over the fence and say, yep, it's done. Like you actually have to start dog fooding and testing what it looks like. And I think for me, that's really interesting. In past lives, I was delivering security as a product when I worked for CDN at Edgecast. And then I was working at WeWork, and I was selling security services to companies that walked in. And so having that mindset about I'm always having to deliver value, and the value isn't about compliance, what is just really helpful, I think, in my career and also the programs that I like to build.
Yeah.
But Datadog is now a security company, in my view, an observability company. But what does that mean when you have to secure it and also ship security features?
So it definitely becomes interesting. The value there is like there's a closed feedback loop, right? So a lot of the things that have gone into our products are things that my teams have built internally first. So we've been in the cloud forever, right? There were some things that we had to build because nobody else was doing. Like think about a surface management for the cloud. Now the companies that sell you that as a product, we had to build it ourselves because we needed a way to find out what's this IP address at this time on one of our EOBs or AOBs or what have you. But then SBOMs and things like that are things that we built because we had an internal need. But then where the other feedback loop gets closed is what is attacking us, what actually we're worried about goes into the product, because we use the same cloud technologies that you guys use or everyone else is using. We don't use anything that is so custom made that it only impacts us. So what we deal with, what our threat model is, what our threat intelligence is producing, and things like that are things that we build back into the product. And in fact, our threat intelligence team under Zach is not only doing threat intelligence for us, it's also doing threat intelligence for the customers because, again, it's one platform. So we do that. A lot of the things internally that we do, similarly to you, are products. So not only do we have to dog food them, we do similarly what product teams do. We find design partners, internal teams that are willing to test things for us, give us feedback, they improve it, and then now we increase the scope of the teams that we ask them to use it. So one of the latest tools that they're working on, or they did work on, is we want every Git commit to be signed. So we first were asking people like, hey, just add the SSH key to GitHub, that should be good enough. But there are other workflows that we needed to account. Like we have CIs where a bot is making a code change. So we had to work on a tool that was actually signing commits. That's now being adopted. We're working on things on like using AI to review PRs for security things, right? So there are things that eventually will make into our security products. But that relationship between the product teams and my teams have to be really tight. There's a reason why the team that is actually building the content that goes into the product is a sister team of the team that actually does internal detection at Datadog. So it's like, okay, we're hiring for the same talent. It's just where they want to focus. And in fact, we have people switch back and forth. And the threat researcher part of the security organization for that reason as well is do threat research for the things that we care about, so that these are things that the customers care about. So it feels like it's one big group, but we have people who are just focused on building customer-facing features, and like I said, we've taken internal things to the customers as well. But shifting a little bit of a perspective here, for any, not sure how many are here, right? But for any engineers, any engineering leaders who want to work more closely with security or the CISOs, what are some helpful security concepts or mindsets that you want to bring into this conversation?
I think one of the, if we look at razors, Occam's razor is one of the things that it has stuck with me in my career. But I think if you could, as an engineer and you want to work with, whoever it is, to the most senior leader, to the CISO, understanding and breaking down very complex problems where it's easy to understand and grok, that is a skill that is very hard to come by, and I think will just help progress you in your career progression constantly. The idea to break down very hard problems, an architecture diagram, and say, while all this is happening, we just need to do this. Those are when you get invited to the room. That's when you become the CISO's best friend to say, okay, great, what's the problem, right? What do you see that you're very close to bare metal? What actually should we be doing? Because there's a lot of times where there's 100 things we want to go solve for. There's 100 areas where there's a problem, and where I kind of get bogged down, I'm not sure for you, it's that I have 1,000 hands that get raised and say, what about this, what about this, what about this? And then it becomes a priority conversation. I'm juggling 18 different, 20,000 different priorities of, I have to go solve for this product, I have to go solve for this product. And I think whenever I look for it, besides Occam's razor, it's that primitive understanding about how things work. So it's not about, great, I'm very glad you know how S3 and all the nuances about S3 works, but let's take a step back and actually the primitives about what data stores look like. And then you can kind of apply that to everything. And I think when you understand the primitives about how technology works, how processes work, that's really helpful. It's an interview question I got when I was interviewing for Google. They asked me, set up a secure SSH server. It was just one question for a technical interview, and I had to spend an hour and a half on that answer. And it really tested the primitives about how well do you understand SSH? How well do you understand what this means? Are the questions that you're going to ask and follow up? And I think that is just something that, beyond just the engineers, if you're a good engineer, I'm going to try to hire you immediately and convert you to security. And these are the things that I kind of look out for throughout. And the third thing I would say is be curious. If you understand how the business is operating and you can kind of connect everything that I've just described back to the business, that is the hockey stick of let's continue to, great support, great insight on it, because you could lose the forest within the trees. So if you're very focused on this one tree and this is the problem that I have, and you can't zoom out to look at the longer time horizon, that's when it becomes a hard conversation of what priority looks like. And I think a good trick to break out of that is really just look at what the business wants to do.
Yeah. The hardest thing for security is to focus on the right thing.
Yeah.
That's actually the thing that worries me about the most, is are we actually solving for the right things?
And
But
you have a lot of these security, they love security, and sometimes you have to point them in the right direction.
Right. Yeah. So we're about 5 minutes. So one thing that we can do is, if there's a live audience question, we're happy to answer. We still have 2 more questions that we can go through, but I figure we'll give time. Yep, go ahead. If you want to, please get up on the mic, please.
Question for both. What advice would you give to CTOs for companies that don't have CISO? So the challenge is, you do a good enough job that the CISO isn't warranted, or felt like it's not warranted. On the flip side, you're doing 2 jobs, and you kind of know that you're not a CISO. So how do you, without wishing for the worst, how do you balance it, right? And so a lot of my last 2 days was just focused on better ways to do things, more efficiency, tools. So that's what we're doing. We're focusing on tools. We don't have a massive team. We don't have someone owning it. So let's focus on tools. But what are other strategies that you can think of?
Yeah, I'll take a step. I think not every company's going to need a CISO.
Yeah.
Right? There's the head of security, and I think what you'll see is a conflation of, I need a director of security, I need a manager of security. And I think to your point on I'm doing 2 different jobs, I think that's part of you recognizing that actually I need a dedicated resource, and this is a capability that I want to go invest in. But I think what I've seen, and I'm sure Emilio could see, is that companies will go hire, I think I need a CISO, or I need a head of security, and they hire the wrong persona, they hire the wrong background to support you as a company. And so I think it's really important. It's a good, you're doing the right things by asking these questions. 2, you're doing the right things by embedding it and making part of the engineering culture. So it's not about, we need security to do security. The best security, and one of the reasons why I picked Vandal is that they're doing security because they know it's important. It's part of the reliability and trust. And then when you get the right leader, then it supercharges it, because you can't spend all your time on dealing about the threat analysis or the next best SCA tool that exists there. I think that's the inflection point about where you are in the maturity from the company. But unless you have a regulatory need or a very specific customer expectation, then I would probably steer you away from hiring a CISO.
Yeah, I think I will say you're actually at a very good position right now. If I understand your question correctly, you're the CTO, you're thinking you have 2 jobs. I would actually focus on building that muscle within your groups already, because security can't be owned by security. And where I've seen security fail is exactly that, is when it's attempted to be owned by security. And I think the best security is one that is not just done by security. And in fact, at Datadog, we have teams that are part of our platform that have their own security engineers. They don't even report in my organization. Being able to share that responsibility and ownership mindset and accountability sets you up for what a security program could become or what a security team could become. But similarly to JJ, don't just go hire a CISO for the sake of hiring a CISO. If your trouble right now is we have way too many tools, we just need help managing it, well, then hire a security engineer. But start by establishing processes and ownership and that understanding, that internal DNA of your engineers are equally responsible for security, before you then put on somebody and say, okay, TAC, your security, now you have to do all of it.
Yeah, then you see the inverse is the need is we need to pass SOC 2, we need to do all these compliance things because we need to sell B2B. And then you hire a compliance person and then you give them the CISO title and then it just falls apart because your engineer's expectation of what good security looks like is going to be completely different.
Yep. Any other questions from the audience? Yep.
What? Come on in. Yeah. We're not going to cut off, I promise.
I'm an engineering leader in an enterprise with a more risk-averse security team. Do you have any thoughts on how to work with and interact with those more risk-averse security teams, unlike yourselves?
Yeah, I mean, I talk to a lot of enterprise customers or enterprise prospects where there is that change or difference in persona. I think, my advice would be, are they being risk averse because they just want to? Are they risk averse because they're the ones who actually have to directly interact with the auditors, and maybe they're shielding their groups from all that awkward conversation? So trying to find a way of partner, just like they should be trying to find a way to partner with you. What are the things that, hey, we could do this better if we do it this way? They may need a lot of help understanding like there might be a better method of doing it and proving that as well. Just like they're probably trying to convince you of a better method to do something because maybe it's not secure enough. So I think understanding where they're coming from and them understanding where you're coming from is probably the best. But if they're being risk averse and that it does not match where the company is, then I will say honest and candid feedback goes a long way as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I think nothing else to add, but I think the biggest thing is that radical candor feedback. And if you just ask the very simple question, well, what are you afraid of?
Yeah.
Partly it's they don't know what the outcome is. And I think you could kind of be that partner and that sparring partner for them.
What threats are you worried about? And then you put into the context of actually where our systems are built this way. So this could be what the actual impact is, which may be more or less than what they're actually worried about right now.
Makes sense. Thank you both.
Yep.
So we're flashing red. This will be the last one, and then you could chase me and Emilio down.
Oh, no, we got, we may have time for
two
one more.
Yeah. All right. No, go ahead.
So, JJ, you mentioned earlier around getting security closer to the developer workflow. And you're kind of alluding to IDE scanners, kind of what I was picking up. Do you guys have any sort of policy for devs to use IDE scanners?
So not yet. We're actually working on that baseline right now. I think we have Eclipse, you have VS Code, you have the Vims of the world, right? And so we're kind of...
No Emacs?
What?
No Emacs?
There are a few. I'm sure my CTOs use that. But I think that's where we want to take a cautious approach there because it's partly a religion conversation when you talk about IDEs.
Space and tabs, yeah.
And that's really if I know that it's a religion conversation, then I'm not going to come in with a iron fist and blow everyone's workflows up. So I think with AI coming in, we're actually going to take a more stringent view about what are the IDs we want to support, but also it's looking at kind of if SemGrep is our linter and SEA and we're running our SaaS tooling from SemGrep, then I expect that to be able to be plugged in and cover all my IDs there. And so that's kind of it's a two-prong approach, right? We need to come up with a baseline because you can't just reuse any random ID because there needs to be a support. But I also expect from my vendors to be able to support my ecosystem that I have, or we're going to have to build for ourselves.
Yep.
Cool. Thanks, guys.
Yep.
Thanks so much. Could you briefly speak more on the metrics that you use to hold your security team accountable and measure success?
Yeah. So they see my dashboards. Actually, we just sent out the scorecard yesterday, but I mean, it's the very simple one is our mean time to respond. I think it's a very, once you look at that and you see trend lines of what we're doing, then there's the true positive aspect of it when you start double clicking. But our top 6 KPIs are continuous verification. And so with continuous verification, I want to validate that any changes, infrastructure, code change that is making it into production, that security scanning went over. It's not that it passed or failed, but I want to at least have a view that, similar to CI and CD, it's the third ideation of continuous verify. So when it is in production and when it's going through production, am I constantly verifying that this state is in the state that I expect it to be in, and has there been any regressions? And that's kind of a way to make sure I'm holding my teams accountable, but also my other stakeholders accountable because they're not following change management or drift is occurring. And then do is one of the bigger ones, which is defect exposure window. It's kind of a fancy wrapper for how quickly are we remediating vulnerabilities when we identify that. And it's a helpful gauge to understand kind of do we have the right pipeline, do we have the right process internally? Because where I've seen it kind of fall apart very quickly is we have a backlog of actual actionable vulnerabilities and people refuse to want to actually do it. So it becomes a way to gamify vulnerabilities. And then when you double click into it are we actually giving relevant vulnerabilities to the teams that we then pass over to the relevant teams to actually go remediate. We have a few more, but I want to be cognizant. Like I could go on for hours on KPIs.
Actually, this is a good question because I actually have a different answer. A lot of the things that our groups focus at Datadog is we provide the trains, mind you, of like the things that we want to solve for. So we have a risk or we have a threat. One example could be patching, right? So at Datadog, we run everything on Kubernetes, and we host Kubernetes. We don't use EKS or anything like that. So how do we patch Kubernetes containers? How do we patch the hosts? So we've built automation for doing that. And so because we're worried about the health of those systems. And then our metrics are the adoption of the things that we build that solves the problem. So how do we actually get rid of a class of problem, and what is that adoption looking like? Because that's really the outcome that we're trying to get to. We do measure MTTRs and things like that because that is like a more process-oriented type of thing. But for the things that day-to-day the teams are working on, is more adoption because we just build things for solving classes of problems. Yeah. Well, I think we're at time. Thank you. And I think Dash is done, but if it's not, hope you enjoy the rest. Thanks, man.
Close, hello.